No more switching tabs or devices. Grow boldly with Apollo, the revenue engine trusted by over 3 million teams. Visit apollo.io/anywhere and start free today. That's apollo.io/anywhere.
17.70 is, well, the President of the United States tweeting moments ago, George Borey will just have to wait. As I look to see, I'm literally reading this, folks, in real time. John Thune, the gentleman from the Dakotas, should not allow the United States Senate to, quote, leave town until it passes the Save America Act, or far better still, terminates the filibuster where Republicans, et cetera. It's a domestic issue here. He goes after the, quote, Democrats, D-U-M, Democrats on this. It just seems to be a statement on the Save America Act. We'll save that for later. Joe Matthew will have that for you, I'm sure, at 12 noon with Kaylee at Lines. Needed. George Borey joins us right now, Chief Investment Strategist, clipping coupons at Allspring Global Investments. Are we investing forward 1 year, 2 year, 3 years on the coupon or on total return?
So I think you can look at your bond portfolio and certainly focus on those coupons. They're coming in steady, consistent. Yields have gone up a little bit over the past month or so you're getting a bit more. I think for a bond investor, your perspective should be over the medium term. I mean, it always depends on exactly what you're trying to do. What I tell bond investors is that, income is your friend. It's the slow, it's the steady, but it's the compounding. And once you're at yields that are called, say, 6.5%, say on a pre-tax basis, that money doubles about every 10 years. And those are the types of yields and levels we can find in today's bond market. So from our perspective, we want to look out over the next couple of years. We want to lock in those higher yields today, and then we're just going to keep grinding it out. Price return been pretty volatile. We know yields went up a little bit this year. Prices have come down, but it's that consistent income that's steady, that is ongoing, that is persistent, that's working in your portfolio, and that's going to work really nicely for you, we think, over the next couple of years.
We've seen a ton of new issuance in the investment grade market, particularly from some of these technology companies, which the market hasn't seen before. They're coming to market to fund their AI business. How do you view that paper?
Yeah, well, at Allspring, we're committed to helping fund the data center build out. We're picking our spots. We've been pretty selective, but there have been many opportunities, as you point out, Paul, and there's going to continue to be one. I mean, top story on Bloomberg today is talking about the $750 billion NVIDIA OpenAI potential financing package, which is, again, truly colossal, and just reinforces the notion that you will have plenty of opportunities to participate in the data center build out if you want to as an investor. The good thing from our perspective is that we are encouraged by both the current and the potential cash flow generated by these centers. And that I think is pretty important for bond investors. We are going to be focused on cash flow, on credit quality, on the ability of these entities to be able to service that debt going forward. It's really the weight of supply that continues to just push spreads wider, incrementally pushes up yields, and does make it a little tricky. This is not a simple, sort of buy and close your eyes and move on. Yeah. You have to be very selective.
I haven't asked this question. If Chairman Warsh comes to some agreement to raise rates now or in the future, does that roll over, redound into the corporate market? Is it discrete to full faith and credit dynamics? Or does it go over into the rest of the bond world?
Well, Tom, that's a good question. I mean, we're seeing, the market's doing a little bit of work for the Fed already.
Yes,
bond yields are
strongly
up.
Agree.
Bond yields are up. Front end expectations are tighter, and so we're starting to, we're seeing that happen. And bond yields have been moving steadily higher over the last, couple of months and certainly over the course of this year. But when we look at kind of the last several years, there's a pretty good range around the 10-year Treasury. The high level The high water mark's at 5%. The low water mark's at 3.5%.
Ed Giardini mentioned
We're
this
right in the middle of that. We're in the range.
It's a ginormous range.
It's a big range. But if you look at the cost of borrowed capital in the corporate credit market, it has been moving steadily higher. And so that is a function of the economy. It's a function of economics. It's a function of demand for borrowed funds. And the question is who bears the brunt of it? Well, right now, with growth, doing pretty well, corporate America is in a pretty good spot to weather the storm. I think that is really the central message.
George Boyer with Allspring. Paul, I looked at this research note. Look at this. Look at municipal bonds for value.
I know.
I mean, it's buried in the note. But
Exactly. Not for the people in high tax states like New Jersey. You mentioned that NVIDIA doing all these deals, and you look at this Bloomberg News reporting, they include this chart here with all the circular AI deals. I mean, this is the definitive graph, people, to understand this. So go to your Bloomberg terminal and check out this article. It shows you all the companies and all the circular financings and relationships.
Yeah.
As a credit analyst, what do you do with that? Like, I've never seen that before.
Well, that certainly keeps us on our toes. We have a pretty deep analyst team at Allspring, and we spend a lot of time both. This is not unlike a typical, say, structured type deal where you're looking at who is the ultimate guarantor, where's the cash flow coming from, kind of what is the optionality embedded in the structure, and then what's the ultimate asset that sits behind it. It is somewhat circular, and it's concerning. We need to keep a close eye on that. And like I said, this is not for the faint of heart. You don't simply just jump in. You need to kind of know what you're buying.
Do you know what the Monday theme here is? I mean, Paul asked another smart question, but what I notice in the studio is all the bond guys are tanned and rested.
Sure.
And the equity guys look like they haven't been outside since Christmas. I mean, look at me standing. Look at he looks like Damien.
Of course.
Did you play 45 holes this weekend?
I wish.
So what are we doing out there? Just in terms of where do we go from here? Where do you see the real value here?
So, and Tom mentioned it. If we look across the markets, there's a variety of different value spots. Munis still are at the top of our list. If you just look at, say, the broad muni, the Bloomberg Muni Index is just about 4% tax-exempt yield. You gross that up, and on a tax equivalent basis, you're talking about 6.6%. Or so. That is not a bad level. Inflation, let's cuff it at 3%, right? So we're at a kind of, call it 3.5% yield above inflation. I compound that over 10 years. I double my money. My purchasing power expands steadily. Then I can buy NVIDIA. I can buy BitDog, your favorite trade, Tom. I could buy any type of equity investment I want, but behind the scenes, I'm just compounding steadily through time. That's the value trade.
What
tax-exempt bonds.
Let's listen to him.
I know.
I mean, it's just too much. You booked him, right?
I did, exactly.
George, if the war ends, seriously, and I don't mean what we're going through right now. I mean, like, if there's stability and peace in the Middle East, what does the bond world do? It's got to be price up, yield down, right?
Yeah, I'd say we're in a new trading range, and we think that the 10-year trading range is, the near-term range is 4.25 to 4.75. So, we get sort of a peace announcement of some sort tomorrow, you could trend down to 4.25. Anything below that would mean growth is slowing, inflation is meaningfully decelerating, and something else is happening. But the economy is still trundling along, so to speak. We'll find out this week with the GDP report, but 2% growth, healthy CapEx spend, lots of borrowing for data centers. That keeps the economy moving. So we think we're in this 4.75 to 4.25 range, and an announcement on, out of the Middle East would kind of push us closer down to 4.25.
George Boyer, thank you so much. With Allspring, can't say enough about his work. Chief investment strategist there, out of LSE as well. Futures up 65, stable. They've advanced in the last hour. NASDAQ like a rock, up 1.4%. With our news in New York City, Michael Barr.
Thank you very much. A delicate pause in the U.S.-Iran war as diplomatic efforts intensify. There's word about concerns the U.S. stockpile of Patriot missile air defense interceptors is depleting. President Trump's ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, appeared to acknowledge a lot of stockpiles have been depleted, but also said the U.S. has everything it needs to carry out its campaign against Iran. The latest pause in fighting comes as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu prepares to go to the White House this week. Netanyahu says he plans to press President Trump to keep a constant watch on Iran's nuclear program. Bloomberg's Monica Ricks has the details.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the U.S. and Israel have set back Iran's nuclear abilities a good few years, but cautions Tehran could still try to reconstruct what's been destroyed.
Our intel services and yours are working so close together that it's not that I'm going to present new information, but I think it's a good thing to have the opportunity to sit with our good friend President Trump and to hear what he has in mind, because I think in many ways it's his decision.
Netanyahu on Fox News. Trump has also said the U.S. is locked and loaded for major strikes on Iran, but suggested he'd wait for diplomatic talks to play out. Monica Ricks, Bloomberg Radio.
Police have arrested one suspect after gunfire erupted at a crowded food festival beneath Seattle's Space Needle. The shooting around 6 p.m. Sunday at the annual Bite of Seattle Festival left 3 people dead and 5 injured, including a toddler. Festival vendor Roberto Ramirez says he got caught in the panic that followed the shooting.
All the vendors got behind the plywood because of the shooter until, I don't know, it was like 5 minutes. Then it was kind of like, a big silence. And it wasn't until like 15 minutes later the cops started showing up.
The second shooter is on the loose. Opening statements begin today in the trial of a Massachusetts woman who is charged with killing her 3 children. Lawyers for Lindsay Clancy are expected to argue that postpartum issues were the reason she killed her children, 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Callan, of January of 2023. Prosecutors argue Clancy strangled her 3 children in well-planned murders. Global news 24 hours a day, and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Tom Paul Alexis.
Michael Barr, thanks so much. Major shout out to Simon White off the London desk for his work on looking at some of the trends out there. His colleague in crime, Joel Suss, over at the FT, Paul, wrote up a brilliant just summary of where we are on there's an American productivity miracle, but labor hasn't kept up. So we all know that. You and I have featured that many, many different times. The labor share isn't keeping up. Joel takes it over to like 10 or 12 other countries. And it's amazing how each country is different in their productivity lift versus labor hasn't kept up, except in every single company, even something like Poland or Sweden, productivity is still doing better than labor.
Yeah, and certainly in this country with these current immigration policies, where the population is not growing, you better have better productivity if you want this economy to grow. And maybe AI is beginning to deliver.
And the kink in America is 1970, from our data back to World War II. And I remember that, like 1972, things changed. All of a sudden, labor wasn't keeping up. He's got a chart that goes back to George III.
Oh, boy.
Like 1760. In the break in the United Kingdom, because they have all that good old data, is like 1930, 1940.
Okay, industrial.
But it's like this conundrum, which is the entire show, our economics, is productivity keeps advancing.
Yeah.
And it's just, can labor somehow keep up? Technology winning each and every day. Shout out to Simon White, a lot of the Bloomberg economics team, and that work from Joel Suss over at the FT. Futures up 62. Look at Dow futures. I'm going to round it up. It's Monday. 600. Yeah, absolutely. 1.3% on the NASDAQ. We're going to open here in 9 minutes. And I guess it's a mystery before the earnings juggernaut of Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Again, LVMH earnings, look for that around 11:30. Paul Sweeney will have that for you. It's Bloomberg Surveillance.
Wednesday, the Fed decides.
This committee will deliver price stability.
Economists expect no change in rates. But will there be dissents? And what will Fed Chair Warsh say this time?
The bias is still to not hike rates if they can.
Full coverage on a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance.
Is forward guidance just done?
The Fed rate decision and Warsh press conference.
This is a changed Federal Reserve, a switch in mentality.
Wednesday, starting at 1:30 on Bloomberg 92.9, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app.
You research your investments, you analyze markets, but have you researched your broker? For the past 3 years, Interactive Brokers' individual clients averaged a 24.3% annual return, beating the S&P 500. Lower costs, competitive rates, and access to 170-plus global markets help investors keep more of what they earn. The broker you choose matters. Interactive Brokers, member SIPC. Learn more at ibkr.com/performance.
Don't wait for headlines. Watch the news unfold in real time at Bloomberg's New Economy Forum, live from New Delhi, October 13th through the 15th, as global leaders come together to tackle the biggest issues shaping our future, from geopolitics and global trade to technology and the world's new balance of power. You'll have a front row seat to the conversations that matter most. Watch live at BloombergNewEconomy.com. That's BloombergNewEconomy.com.
The entertainment business is changing fast. At Bloomberg Screen Time, we'll bring together the executives, creators, investors, and entrepreneurs shaping what's next in Hollywood, music, sports, and gaming. We'll talk about the biggest stories in media, like the merger of Paramount and Warner Brothers, the booming live events business, and the potential impact of AI. I'm Lucas Shaw, and I'll be hosting Bloomberg Screen Time in Los Angeles September 30th and October 1st. Join us and request your invitation today at bloomberglive.com/screentime/radio.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Sunshine today, thanks to high pressure. We should be 80 to 85 later in the day. It'll be clear to partly cloudy, 60 to 65 tonight. It'll turn mostly cloudy tomorrow with the chance of afternoon showers and thunderstorms, 80 to 85. Some showers and thunderstorms tomorrow night, 60 to 65. Showers, thunderstorms Wednesday, breezy with a high close to 75. I'm Rob Carrollin with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Bloomberg Radio brings you influential voices on the stories that matter. Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan.
People are borrowing because they see opportunity. Nobody borrows money just to have it sit around.
Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon.
The reason these companies are going public now is because they have to.
Wells Fargo CEO Charlie Scharf.
Good times don't last forever, but things don't look like they're breaking quite yet.
The names that matter on the news you need. Listen on Bloomberg 92.9 or anytime on the Bloomberg Talks podcast.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning, everyone. 11 o'clock last night. He said, yeah, Phillies beat the Yankees. I'll come in. Joining us now, Eric Belchunas, driving all of our ETF coverage. Okay, I'm looking at the long-short ratio of 2 times leverage, speculation, and ETFs. Am I reading this correctly, young man? 19 times? There's 19 long bets for every 1 short bet?
That's in the single stock leverage category. And yes, that is stretched. Basically, the leverage long, whether it's assets, volume, or number of products, is at its highest ratio to the leverage short. Usually, that's a signal that we're toppy. If that number goes down to like 2 to 1 or 3 to 1, that's usually a good bottom signal. So we are really stretched. Like this is historically.
In the earnings season, your world is telling us go long Apple.
Well, we can't make investment advice in BI, but I would just tell you that a 19 to 1 leverage long to short ratio is like about as stretched as some of these valuations that Paul's probably like, shocked by. And look, this is the market that we live in now. It challenges your CFA studies. It challenges your experience. Yes. What do you do? And, most investors, for the most part, I find they stay long beta just so they're not like, too hurt if the market keeps going up. But then they try to make other positions. One thing we see a lot of people doing is just going to cash. Money market fund gives you about 4%. You get that NAV locked in, and that's been sort of a replacement for general bonds, I think. And so until the rates go down below 3%, a money market mutual fund is a big thing. And it doesn't show up in our flows because it's a mutual fund, but they took in, $750 billion last year. They're probably going to take in something close to that this year. So it's sort of like this polarization between like staying long, maybe making a few, hot sauce type bets, but then also holding up a lot of cash to get that 4% yield with some cushion in case it goes down.
You got an idea for Mr. Warren Buffett as it relates to Trump accounts. Talk to us about this one.
Yeah, this is a little out of my day-to-day, but the Trump accounts default into SPY-M, which is a S&P 500 ETF. Every baby gets $1,000 and put right into that. It's a good idea. A lot of 45% of Americans don't have any stock ownership, and that's a big reason for the wealth gap. If you look at these billionaires, these mega rich people, like the top 15 richest, it's almost all tied to the stock market. Like Elon Musk, 100% is the stocks. Buffett, it's like 95. So if the stock market is really behind their crazy big wealth, the Trump accounts offer them an opportunity to actually just donate shares of stock right into the kids' accounts with no capital gains. So it does a couple things. A, there's no tax. B, it goes right to somebody. There's no intermediaries taking anything. 100% of the money goes right to the kids. A, they can't touch it till they're 18. And B, it kind of helps their legacy, because if you gift a kid some Berkshire shares, they're going to grow up probably being interested in Berkshire. What's the stock market? It's a financial literacy. There's it checks so many boxes.
Yeah, but remind me the Trump accounts, how narrow it is. And the answer is it's like a certain age group, right?
So far, it's 4 million babies.
So far.
But they're looking at introducing 70 million accounts for all the kids under 18 to handle incoming philanthropy.
This is like a warm-up test to get systems down.
Yes.
And then boom.
Yeah, so we could, in a couple months, a year from now, according to Brad Gerstner, who is the architect of these and spearheading them, the Trump accounts could see over $100 billion in donations from philanthropists alone. He's talked to some of these richest people who are interested. There's two issues, really. One is the name. Trump, obviously controversial. But if you change the name, it just pretended that name isn't on there if you're not into that. The idea is pretty good, though. The other one is that I think some of these really wealthy people aren't totally trustworthy of the government to run a program. So they're like, look, if I give you a lot of my money or my shares, are you going to screw it up? So I think those things are going to have these really mega rich people baby step in. Okay, here's a couple billion. Dell did $6 billion. But I think if Buffett jumps in, look out. We could see a major trend. And if they just donate shares from the stock market over to especially lower income zip codes of the Trump accounts, you could see the wealth gap collapse instantly.
So where are we on this?
Well, again, right now we've got about, 5 or 6 major people who donated. But
did they donate stock or cash?
Dell, yeah, both. The SpaceX president or CEO, I can't remember, but she donated SpaceX shares. Some people donated right to a state. That one guy donated to Oklahoma kids. So the fact that you can target it, and Dell donated to kids in lower income zip codes. So the fact that you can target it a little bit, I think also adds some interest for. This is a really just interesting new tool for philanthropy. And again, I go back to the stock market. The stock market is why these people are so rich. A lot of the monetary supply and liquidity just flows right to the stocks.
Right.
And so this is a way to try to close that gap a little.
Okay. Eric Balchunas with us this morning. We're going to continue with him in a moment, driving all of our ETF coverage to set up the market for you here. Of course, Alexis will be with us. But green on the screen persistently through the morning. NASDAQ pulls back ever so slightly in the last 20 minutes. Dow advances up 612 points here. The VIX is 17.76 as we get to the opening on a Monday before an earnings onslaught. Alexis Christoforous.
And we had a nice, strong rally in the pre-market, Tom, and it looks like that is translating into regular hour trading. S&P 500 up 57 points, or 0.75% to start our Monday morning. Dow Jones Industrial Average up about 500 points, or 1%. And NASDAQ 100 now up 1%, or 286 points. The backdrop to all of this is plunging oil. Brent crude, 91.13 a barrel, down nearly 6%. I will mention it was down more than 9% earlier this morning. WTI crude down 5.5% at 84.41 a barrel. Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index little changed at 1221.66. Japanese yen a bit stronger this morning, 163.70 against the U.S. dollar. Yields, though, have been lower all morning long. 2-year yield 4.32%, and the 10-year at 4.65%. Spot gold down, or rather up 0.6% at 40.79. We've got Bitcoin up 0.5% at 64,930. And want to shout out shares of Nvidia up now about 0.25%. Said it made a substantial investment in Safe Superintelligence. That's the AI startup co-founded by the former chief scientist over at OpenAI. And that's your Bloomberg opening bell report. Tom and Paul.
I'm Paul, help me here. I'm bringing up SpaceX right now just as an initial look-see here. Oh, I got the SPCX equity. Nailed it. First time user of the terminal. Here, it's like a 113. I got a 112 moments ago, 112. That's just ugly. So with us here, Eric Balchunas, driving our ETFs. I got to ask, on June 10th, at the Canadian ETF conference, were you in Banff, where it gets up to like 65 or 70 is the high for the day? Was that a junket you went on?
No, but it sounds pretty good. 65 degrees is like it's like Northern California.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that.
Where's your next soiree? Are we booked solid in the fall?
Where's my next soiree? I've got a home game. Alpha Architects having a conference in Philly. I call those home games because I can just walk over there. Yeah. So I got that. And then I'm going to San Francisco to do the Money Show, which is an interesting show. It's all retail. It's like a bunch of like 55 to 70-year-olds who come out and they just want to like stuff to invest in because I get all this money. And I like going to that because there's no terminal subscribers there really. It's more retail, but I like to hear what people are thinking. It's a good way to get
I've been invited to do that. I haven't done it. Would I be out of place there?
No, they have like, like the guy on Fox, Charles Payne, like somebody like that would speak there, or I think
Bazzani. I think there's a lot.
Mohammed El-Arian's been there a couple times. Yeah. So it's interesting. It's almost like Comic-Con energy, where it's just like people who are really into investing, and you go to the booth room. It's like, here's some gold. Here's like a restaurant shares you can buy, and it's just a really kind of interesting retail show. There's option strategies people who are have these big booths. I find it interesting. I only do one or two a year, but I usually go in there and just go over like some tips on ETFs.
How about the so-called dumb money trading leverage ETFs? How are those guys doing?
Yeah, one thing at the Money Show they do like is they like the hot sauce type ETFs. Yep. So I was looking at this. Leverage ETFs are clearly a big topic right now. They're growing. We talked about it when I first came on here. It's weird. If you go and look at the actual, I thought these things have probably lost so much money for investors. They haven't. Investors have gained $65 billion using these. So like TQQQ, which is the biggest leverage ETF, triple Qs, it's up 41,000% since it launched in 2010. Jeez. And if you look over the years, whenever it goes up, they just pull money out. So they've been using it like an ATM machine. So they've pulled $12 billion out of it as it's gone up.
Well, we got to go because of time, but what you just said is a topic for literally all of August. The wealth effect, I think, is way underestimated on all this.
Yeah, I agree. And I think some of the retail traders that get dismissed as like dumb money, they're a little smarter than you think, whether it's the Vanguardians or the Degens. They're both making money.
Eric Balchunas, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. With the Dow up 600, down up 544 on the Dow. NASDAQ doesn't do quite as well as futures. Futures are up 1.4%. We're open for trading 4 minutes in, and we're up 0.8%. SpaceX is giving me a 111 right now in the bid. We're not through to the July 23 low, but we're getting there abruptly.
Yeah, this is not what anybody wanted.
Should I sell or should I just write it down from 160?
Load it up, back it up. Maybe.
We'll have to see. The VIX 17.87. Across America, around the world on YouTube, subscribe to Bloomberg Podcasts. It's Bloomberg Surveillance.
Tired of the same tedious traffic reports on AM radio?
Traffic every 10 minutes with Chip Road.
Bob, we've got slowdowns on the Mass Pike and Storrow Drive.
Back to Chip. What's going on?
Still traffic on the Mass Pike and Storrow Drive, Bob. I told you 10 minutes ago there's traffic on the Mass Pike and Storrow Drive. Get a GPS.
Replace your old preset today with Bloomberg 92.9 and get news that matters.
The stories our listeners rely on.
Your new preset on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818.
800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
A new chapter in global growth is being written, and much of it is happening in Africa.
Africans need to invest.
There are deals to be done and business to be won.
I'm Jennifer Zabasaja. Every week on the Next Africa podcast, we track capital flows and political shifts shaping the continent's future.
The digitalization of Africa is going to power its growth.
Ridding the world of something like HIV is possible.
Population growth is so enormous in Africa.
Listen to Next Africa on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest Masters in Business podcast, my conversation with Lori Heinel, Global Chief Investment Officer at State Street, managing $5.7 trillion.
At the margin, we might favor large cap or favor Europe or favor emerging markets at different points in time based on relative value trading. But we do think that it's incredibly difficult to time those inflection points perfectly. And as you noted, coming into this year, you still had a lot of momentum and flows into the things that had done well in the past, including some of those large cap names that you mentioned. So, you know, I'm kind of a traditionalist in that way. I do believe you want to be diversified and have exposures to multiple places. But I do think that this AI enthusiasm, I believe in it in terms of a technology. But when you look at the massive amount of spending that is now being undertaken by some of these companies, you know, they've gone from leveraging balance sheet cash to make those investments to now accessing fixed income markets in a massive way, and even in some cases issuing equities. So you do have to sort of wonder whether that vein alone is going to be where the money is going to be made going forward. I'm not saying that, you know, they can't still generate good earnings, but there are plenty of other places. If you think about energy, if you think about utilities, you think about all the ecosystem required to enable that AI transformation. And then perhaps most importantly, you know, the real economy and how sectors like finance or healthcare or other things are going to benefit from these technologies. I think we're just at the tip of the iceberg.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Masters in Business podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Coming up on 9:40 on Wall Street, I'm Alexis Christoforous. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer focuses the power of their thinking on you, creating customized plans to help achieve your goals. Put the power of Oppenheimer thinking into your investing, wealth management, capital markets, investment banking. Stocks are kicking off the busiest week of earnings season yet with a nice rally as oil prices plunge. A third of the S&P 500 companies will release their profit report cards this week, including Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, and Apple. Another major event, of course, the Federal Reserve's rate decision on Wednesday. Markets still pricing around a 1 in 3 chance of an interest rate hike. Off to the numbers we go. S&P 500 up 60 points. Dow Jones Industrial Average racing ahead 620 points. We've got the NASDAQ up 223. NASDAQ 100 up 235. Brent crude at $90.35 a barrel, down nearly 7%. WTI crude at $83.81 a barrel, down 6%. Shares of Cracker Barrel Carl, down 2%. It has named David Dino its new CEO effective August 10th. Dino most recently served as CEO of Bloomin' Brands. And we've got shares of Forte Biosciences. This is a Dallas-based biopharma company. It is up nearly 40%. It's being bought out by the Netherlands Argenix for about $2.2 billion in cash. Tom was talking about it earlier. Another rough day for SpaceX shareholders. Shares of Elon Musk's rocket company down another 2%. The stock is now down 40% from its high on June 16th. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Paul.
Alex, thanks so much. Okay, there's two worlds out there in real estate. They got Simon Property Group off the Yardeni and Campora low of October 2022, up 164%. Paul, thank you for recommending that to me. 28% per year. And then still out on Twitter, I'm seeing suburban workouts of office buildings, which are a disaster. From Dallas, David Auerbach helps out with Hoya Capital Real Estate. Is it a K-shaped REIT economy?
I would say parts of it, yes, parts of it, no. The number one rule of real estate is location, 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 right? Well, the number one rule of REITs is location, location management. And I think that plays a lot into this. Is a lot of these REITs own the best assets and the best markets at the best locations. And so for the workouts that you're talking about, these aren't necessarily REIT-owned properties that are going through that crisis
fair.
now.
I did not mention that. That's fair. But is there any end in sight to that? People have come in here and said it's over. And I'm like, no, it's not. This thing outside Corpus Christi is going for $12. I
don't think REITs own properties in Corpus, not to knock on the city, but, Tom, I have to tell you.
There's a little Texas shade there.
We cover over 20 subsectors in the world of REITs. 18 of those 20 plus are in the green this year. 10 of the 20 are up 20% or more this year. So you're seeing recovery across multiple sectors, both in terms of growth sectors and recovery sectors. Look, we're sitting in a REIT-owned office property right now. And every time I come to this property, I get the question of, when's the retail going into the ground floor? When are we going to see new tenants outside? And we're seeing new tenants outside. There's still a lack of new retail development that's out there that's making a lot of these existing leases that much more attractive because the landlords, like a Tanger as an example, who's Stephen Yalof's on your air very frequently, he's always telling you about the opportunity to mark up rents.
How is the equity REIT index beating the S&P 500 in an interest rate environment that rates are rising? How does that happen?
So it's funny that you say that. With today's performance, it seems like we are officially at a new all-time high on the REIT index. And I think the reason being a lot of these companies have been operating in such a high for long environment for so long that I don't want to say it's no big deal if the Fed raises rates this coming Wednesday. But on the other hand, the REITs have been used to high interest rates for so long. And so as a result, management teams are frankly going on the offense. M&A transactions are alive and well. We saw a big one announced last week with LXP Industrial. You got Avalon Bay and Equity Residential, two of the largest apartment REITs in the country that are currently merging. You're seeing privatizations, you're seeing debt issuance, JVs, private equity. The capital machine is alive and well in the REIT industry. And for a lot of these companies, the operating fundamentals are solid. That market sentiment still doesn't warrant that. But I will say, the REITs are still underperforming the S&P by 60%, even though we're still at this quote-unquote all-time high. There's still a long way to go.
To me, the number one thing we don't understand in the math of all this is REIT debt is 5 and 7 years out. Is that right?
5, 7, 10 years. There's some 10 years.
20 years out or 30 years out.
Only a couple of REITs are doing 30-year type of debt, like an American Tower or Prologis, a big player that's out there. But Tom, the REITs have raised billions and billions of dollars of new debt. We're in blackout period right now with earnings, but on the other side of this, you're going to see REITs raising dividends, doing another wave of debt issuance. The capital window is as wide open as it possibly gets.
I spun out American Tower from American Radio back in the day and took Crown Castle public. These are REITs. Talk to us about American Tower and Crown Castle. What are these companies and what's the play?
They're the biggest. Also, you have SBA Communications. They'd be the third largest tower REIT that's out there. Look, every single person's walking around with the REIT-owned property in their pocket every single day in a cell phone. We are using cell towers so much. If you're streaming this feed on YouTube right now, you're using a data center REIT and a tower REIT. So this is an industry that's frankly going through a little bit of a slower organic growth period right now. We are seeing consolidation that's out there. Crown did spin off some of that tower business, but I still think that there's massive opportunity. you're seeing players that are out there that are frankly, still trying to snap up some of these towers that are out there. There's a lot of towers that are not owned by the publicly traded REITs that are, again, looking to potentially bundle up.
I thought I rolled all that up back in the 90s. I thought I did all those deals. All right, real quick, what's the best sector right now that you're looking at?
The best, there are two sectors.
Okay.
Senior housing, because there's a lack of new supply and we're getting older by the second, sorry to say it. And then the other one's still housing. We still think there's huge opportunities in the resi space. Both when you look at home builders, the lack of affordability, it's the single family rentals and the apartment REITs that are benefiting from that runoff. So that's like
what Blackstone's done.
Some stuff of what Blackstone's done, that's correct. I'll give you one more play as an industrial. And the reason being, talking about data center growth, data center, It's the fall-off effect of data centers. New data center development means new industrial warehouse development for those suppliers that are going to be close to the data center.
Interesting. And it'll look like outside O'Hare or whatever. There'll be a data center with lots of low-slung buildings.
Oh, I think outside of a lot of major cities, you're going to see that, except in New York.
Right. What's the state of Dallas right now? Everybody's moving to Austin. I don't hear everybody's moving to Dallas. Is Dallas still booming?
Dallas is still booming. It's especially going further. Correct. As I like to joke, now the Dallas North Tollway in 75 at some point, Oklahoma is just going to be a suburb of Dallas because everything is being developed all the way up to the border.
I'm old enough, folks. Well, I'm old enough for Coors 3-2 beer. But I remember when Boulder was removed from Denver. There was buffalo or whatever, cows between, and that's really what's going to happen up to the Oklahoma
You could say
border?
the same thing about Denton in relation to Dallas, where the University of North Texas is, and now it's literally just a suburb of Dallas.
Okay, the Cowboys have any chance this year? I mean, we're so enamored with the Giants and the Jets' wonderful excellence. Is this the Cowboys' year?
Every year it's the Cowboys.
Every year. That's the correct answer. David Auerbach, thank you so much. From Dallas, really appreciate it, with Hoya Capital there and the REITs as well. Ed Ludlow works very, very hard. I love to bust his chops. We're going to get to that in a moment. Let's do the news here with the Dow up 500 points. Here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much. The U.S. has not attacked Iran for a third straight day, and Tehran says it has also halted attacks. This pause comes amid efforts to resume negotiations on an interim ceasefire deal. Bloomberg Middle East correspondent Abir Abu Omar.
Iran maintains the fact that it will continue to have its chokehold over the Strait of Hormuz, shipping movement there, and possibly that toll that we have spoken about multiple times over the past couple of months, really, once the ceasefire period is over. But a ceasefire period for 60 days is really in tatters right now with the attacks that have been happening. Oil prices, the market is reacting to this pause quite positively, below $90 a barrel. But the situation remains very, very volatile, especially with no discussions in order over the next few days or so.
Bloomberg's Abir Abu Omar. Police have arrested one suspect, and they are looking for another after gunfire erupted at a crowded food festival beneath Seattle's Space Needle. The shooting around 6 p.m. Sunday at the annual Bite of Seattle Festival left 3 people dead and 5 injured, including a toddler. Oscar Sanchez was in the crowd when the shots rang out.
Once we got inside, they told us to stay against the walls. And then from there, we were there for about 5 minutes against the walls. And then they were like, okay, go up, putting us in the elevators all the way up to the top of the Space Needle, where we were there for about 2 hours.
The mayor of Seattle called the shooting a horrific act of violence. In Queens, New York, a native of Ozone Park will be remembered. Family and friends will gather this evening for a candlelight vigil honoring Army Sergeant Angel Rampersad. The 28-year-old was killed earlier this month in an attack on a U.S. military base in Jordan. Rampersad was among 3 American service members killed in the attack. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg Top.
Thanks so much. Appreciate that. Let's get right to it. Ed Ludlow is a hard worker. Later this week, he spoke with Mr. Wang of NVIDIA. Ed Ludlow with Jensen Wang.
This is the golden ages for Korea, as you know. Their semiconductor business is booming. Their industrial business is booming. This is a country that has the ability to help the world build out the AI infrastructure, that they're incredibly adept at adopting new technologies, and is a really technologically forward-leaning society, and they love using AI. AI has really diffused throughout their society and their industry, and so this is a great time for them. We're announcing several things. We announced a big partnership with SK Group, where our companies are going to enter into a business partnership where we do over $500 billion of business with each other, whether it's consumption of and purchasing of memories or selling AI supercomputers to them as they scale out 2 gigawatts of AI factories. There's a whole bunch of other announcements. We're investing $1 billion in Naver to help. They're the Korea's leading AI cloud. They're going to scale up in Korea up to they're going to scale up 200 megawatts, I think it is, and they're going to expand across the world. And so we have a whole bunch of announcements that we're making today.
With the expanded SK relationship, there's also sort of more direct involvement with NVIDIA on the roadmap for HBM, future generations of HBM. Talk about that. I remember you being on stage earlier this year saying 5 years ago we told our supply chain what was going to happen, and it did happen, and you gave some credit to the memory makers in going with you on that journey. But clearly you want to be involved in the direction of travel for future generations of HBM.
Yeah, we're working together on, of course, we started with HBM2, worked on HBM3, 3E, 4, 4E, and then beyond. And so we've got a whole roadmap of memories that we're working on together. It is also the case that the semiconductor industry has really changed. And the reason for that, because we used to build computers for people to use, and we're going to still continue to build incredible computers. These are now processing AIs for humans to collaborate with. But in the future, we also have AI agents and robots, and they're going to be using computers. So instead of just 1 billion people using computers, we're going to have 100 billion agents and billions of robots all using computers. The computer industry, the chip that's built on top of the chip industry, surely is not big enough. And so this is one of the realizations of the semiconductor industry, that now computers are built not just for people to use, but computers are being built for computers to use. My guess is that the semiconductor industry is probably going to have to be 10 times larger than it is today over the next decade or so. And so working with our partners in Korea and around the world to scale up the supply chain of semiconductors so that we're prepared for this AI future is really important.
Jensen Wang with Ed Ludlow of Bloomberg Technology. Can't say enough about what Ed Ludlow's doing, grinding it out there each and every day. Mark Gurman, of course, helping him out with all that coverage on Apple as well. Let's do this. A quick data check here. Dow up 530 points. NASDAQ is at highs of the day off. Futures up 0.7%, so a bit of a lift there as well. And as you know, oil shifted, the war shifted over the weekend, and that suffering whiplash. Are you in with a neck brace? Isabel Lee joins us this morning. What's the character of the wall of worry this morning, besides you didn't get your order of Krispy Kreme donuts?
I think that markets aren't that worried. I mean, all over the world, you see stocks climbing, joining gains in bonds and oil. I mean, people are really, I think, not that concerned from a market's perspective when it comes to the U.S. and Iran tensions. We were speaking last week, I was co-anchoring with Danny Berger, and they said that markets are just, you know how there's a Fed put? It's almost like there's a Trump put. They know that President Trump will rein in the war, and I guess really try his best not to make it become a full-blown out thing.
As of Friday, while I was relaxing on the beach, you people were dealing with the fact that the S&P 500 had notched its second straight weekly decline. That got people's attention.
There is that. And this month we also saw the S&P, drop for the worst, I think, in a single month. Mag 7 stocks shed nearly 6%. Treasury yields highest since 2011 at 2007. But I don't know. I mean, we talked to a lot of analysts, and they were staying put. They said that they're going to wait it out. I feel like this has been going on for some time. I mean, it's the harsh truth that even with the real risks of geopolitical events for markets, they kind of shrug it off.
The drawdown on SPX now, Paul, is 2.2%.
Yes, I know.
It's cratered.
Yes, exactly right. Got some big earnings this week. $24 trillion of market cap. That's what the companies represent this week. We got Thursday, Apple and Amazon. Wednesday, Microsoft and Meta. So traders and investors are going to have a lot to chew on this
A lot to chew on. And it's not even a matter of whether these companies will beat. It's about how these stocks will, the markets will respond to these beats. And it's all about hearing about the AI spending. You saw the reverse story. Tesla, investors thought they should spend more, and with Alphabet, they were scared. And we have JP Morgan, David Lebovitz saying, you need to diversify your diversifiers, however that looks like for your portfolio. I mean, it depends. Maybe Bitcoin for some.
For some. I mean, Bitcoin's actually up 1% today.
Look at that, Tom.
$65,000 per token. He's all over that.
It's up 1%.
But it's almost like people, I'm not sure where we are in the AI cycle. Do you want these companies to spend more? Do you not want these hyperscalers to spend more? We had a guest come in here that just said, it's kind of that picks and shovels trade. Just where's the money being spent? Where's this CapEx being spent? Just go buy those companies.
That's why, to your point, it's almost like the circular cycle. I mean, we have Bloomberg reporting that by some estimates, nearly $1 trillion for 2027 will be spent when it comes to AI build-out, which is a sum that I just can't imagine. But it really raises the question of, is it sustainable? Right. And the timeline is what is questionable also. Patience is what they keep telling us.
I mean, Isabel, you're great at this, about trying to look a little bit longer than a 2-minute move. Apple's free cash flow COVID beginning was roughly $73 billion.
Wow.
It's now 139.
Exactly.
It's like done a double in 6 years. Free cash flow.
It's so shocking, actually. I mean, $1 trillion by 2027. 2027 is next year. I mean, in a few days, it's August.
Excuse me.
Everyone.
Did you get that? And can we run that as a video next week? Isabel Lee, 2027 is next year?
Yes. In case you didn't realize, 2027 is next. But yeah. Do you have time for 2 minutes for another fun story?
Go.
Go.
Okay. I went to a peptide event. There was a guy who injected himself on stage, and peptide is all the craze. It makes you look younger, allegedly. It makes you fitter, trimmer. You inject it on yourself. So the reason why I'm writing about peptide, I'm not a health reporter, I cover Bitcoin, is because peptide is bringing people into Bitcoin. Because peptide is in the gray market, and sometimes they only accept payments through Bitcoin. So we interviewed someone who said he bought Bitcoin for the first time so he can buy peptide.
Interesting.
Peptide
John,
makes
are you a peptide user of theirs?
We should all use it.
Decidedly not a peptide user, as you can tell.
Yes, I mean, if you think about it, Wegovy and all those, they're peptides. But when I talk about peptide in this light, it's more of those in the gray market. And gray market is different from black market.
Peptides are short chains of amino acids?
Yes. They said, there are people who, looks maxing, it's a thing now. Some people hammer their jaws so that you can have a chiseled jaw.
Oh, I do that.
Good. You don't need it though. I see it straight from here. But looks maxing is the thing.
Looks maxing.
Yes. There's protein maxing.
You got to come in earlier for a longer blog.
Looks maxing.
We are so behind,
We are.
Looks maxing.
And we will hammer our jaws together later.
Oh boy.
For a more chiseled one.
Your jaws.
Mm-hmm. Jennifer Aniston takes peptide, if that convinces you.
Well, darn right it does.
Word. Yeah. Isabel Lee, thank you, I think, so much. Driving all of our equity coverage here as well. Dow up 480 points. So the basic idea is the middle child went to Backstreet Boys at the Sphere.
WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. Programming paid for by Bloomberg. Now, an update from our partners at ABC News.
From ABC News.
I'm Sherry Preston. 3 dead, 4 hurt, and 1 person in custody. That's the nation's mass shooting in Seattle happening. ABC's Jeff Pogula with more.
This happened during the Bite of Seattle Food Festival. Gunfire erupted shortly after 6 p.m., causing the crowd to scatter. Witnesses describe a chaotic scene.
We saw a few people going to a building, so we went in there, and we went down the stairs, and we just hid in the garage.
A young child is among the wounded, Assistant Police Chief Tyrone Davis.
One of the 4 victims that was taken to the hospital was a toddler.
Detectives believe 2 people were shooting at each other. 1 suspect is in custody. Jeff Pogula, ABC News, Seattle.
Across the middle part of the country, extreme temperatures are building under another heat dome. Here's ABC meteorologist Leslie Lopez.
The heat index climbing up to about 108 degrees. We have that through Wichita. We have it to the south, all the way up to the Midwest, getting into areas of New Orleans, even down to 105 degrees. It's either a heat alert, a heat advisory, or a heat watch.
The extreme heat in Central Europe has helped wildfires grow and led to 300,000 evacuations in France and Spain. ABC's Marcus Moore is along the fire line in Spain.
The air is dry here, and there's a constant breeze. It's these exact conditions that are driving some of these fires right now. We're just west of Madrid right now, and this is as far as police are letting anyone go because they say parts of the Avila fire, the largest in this country's history, have flared back up again.
Fighting in Iran on hold as diplomatic efforts take place once again. Mediators say they have achieved progress in getting both sides back to the table.
Oil prices were down overnight thanks to that pause in attacks between the U.S. and Iran. Drivers here at home looking for relief, with gas prices in the last week rising an average of 12 cents to $4.11 per gallon.
ABC's Karen Waugh in Washington. The Odyssey continues captivating audiences. It's earned an estimated $639 million so far. You're listening to ABC News.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
The high-pressure system that brought us the fair weather over the weekend remains in control, but it will be shifting off to the east. That's going to allow a storm system to work its way towards the region, one that may actually bring us some moderate to heavy rainfall during the day on Wednesday. We'll be keeping an eye on that as we get closer to the middle part of the work week. For the rest of today, though, it looks like abundant sunshine. Temperatures anywhere from 80 to 85. Tonight, we're clear to partly cloudy. Overnight lows are 60 to 65 in Boston. It'll drop back down into the 50s in the suburbs. Tomorrow, morning sun, followed by afternoon clouds and the chance for some showers and thunderstorms. Highs tomorrow, 80 to 85. Scattered showers and thunderstorms are possible tomorrow night. Lows are 60 to 65. Showers, thunderstorms, a possibility Wednesday. Again, there could be heavy downpours. Wednesday's highs near 75. I'm Rob Carolyn, and that's your Bloomberg 3-day forecast. Now back to the latest headlines from ABC News.
In Plymouth, Massachusetts, Lindsay Clancy's legal team is set to try to prove starting today that postpartum depression is what led her to strangle all 3 of her children. Clancy was a former labor and delivery nurse herself, and prosecutors say she carefully planned the killings, so she bears full responsibility for their deaths. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky set to meet with the new British Prime Minister today. Andy Burnham says it's to show unwavering support for Ukraine as he takes office. Drought, demand, and supply disruptions have helped push beef prices to record highs this summer. The government is now, however, dismissing fears about a parasitic larva in cattle to try and bring those prices down.
11 months ago, with the parasitic New World screwworm creeping toward Texas, Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins suspended imports of cattle from Mexico, saying at the time,
"Do we expect beef prices to continue to rise? Perhaps."
Despite the ban, the first screwworm was detected in the U.S. in June. But with beef prices at an all-time high, Rollins has lifted the ban on imports of Mexican cattle, starting with the port of entry in Douglas, Arizona, next month. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Putting food on the table is taking money out of our savings. A new survey says nearly 1 in 5 American adults are dipping into savings just to pay for groceries, and more than 5% are being forced to use payday advance loans to buy food. The Urban Institute, which conducted the survey, says food costs are up 32% in 5 years. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
How do you think the Fed is looking at tariffs, the uncertainty of tariffs?
Let's take a look at the sectors and how they performed.
A lot of investors getting whipsawed every day by news events.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Could we see a market disruption, a market event?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
You see some so-called low-quality stocks driving this short-term rally.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, originals, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Good Monday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. Scarlett Field and Paul Sweeney. This is the Bloomberg Intelligence Program for the next 2 hours. Busy week coming up here. Lots of earnings, lots of tech earnings, lots of economic data as well, including the Fed to keep us busy. Stocks are higher here this morning on a little break into the war in Iran. Coming up, we're going to check in with Ed Ludlow, B-Tech anchor, on some of the top tech stories. He interviewed Jensen Huang just recently, so we'll get his thoughts there. Matt Stuckey, Chief Portfolio Manager, covering the equities business for Northwestern Mutual, get his thoughts on these markets. Ellen Wald, she's the president of Transversal Consulting, one of our go-to voices on global oil, and we've got oil pulling back pretty solidly here. WTI crude below $84 per ounce. Tim Craighead, Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Global Content Officer, is going to give us his thoughts on some European equities and the ways, some of the ideas to play European stocks. So a lot coming up over the next couple of hours with a green tape right now. We got stocks trading higher. Let's go to John Tucker for that Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, guys. Happy Monday. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by IBKR. Trade, election, climate, and economic outcomes with IBKR prediction markets right alongside your stocks and options. Earn interest in your position and receive $1 per contract if you're right. Learn more at ibkr.com/predictions. Major averages, they are mixed right now. You have tech shares leading the way ahead of results from a handful of the mega caps. Investors also responding to the sharp drop in the price of crude oil. Brent down about 7% right now, $90.25 a barrel. Christine will take a deeper dive on this in just a moment, but NVIDIA working on a fresh round of AI infrastructure deals. This is going to be the busiest week of the earnings season so far. We're going to hear from several of the biggest tech companies, including Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, and Apple, and the results are going to put AI spending right back in the spotlight. Another major event, the Fed's rate decision, that comes Wednesday. Market's still pricing around a 1 in 3 chance of an interest rate hike. Meantime, Lisa Shallett at Morgan Stanley says the narrative for big tech earnings, that is changing.
More CapEx spending actually is starting to worry the markets about when I get a return on investment and if we're going to get to a place of, in fact, overspending.
Right now, the S&P 500, 27 points higher, 74.39 in the index. The Dow up 430 points. The NASDAQ Composite Index, that is now up 89 points. And I did a double take when I saw this. 4-figure monthly car payments, increasingly common reality for much of the country. According to LendingTree, 1 in 10 auto loan borrowers in the U.S. now shell out over $1,000 or more a month for a vehicle.
What's the average
per car? Per car.
It's like over $50,000 for a car.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Actually, my loan is like coming due, so it's just like I'll have no more car payments on this.
That's exciting.
Flush.
Yeah. So it's, of course, I'll get into an accident or
Don't
the
say
engine will
that.
seize up, and there you go. Anyway, we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Scarlett and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Scarlett Fu, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. As John was just reporting, we got some green on the screen. We'll take it here. Let's look at some of the stocks on the move today. We can do that with Christine Aquino, managing editor for Markets Live, joining us live here in our studio. Christine, what are you looking at?
All right, Paul, let's start with NVIDIA, of course. That share, ticker NVDA, shares are down more than 2.3% at the moment. And this is because a lot of its investments are once again reviving fears over circular funding. So the latest round of investment in infrastructure deals for AI that NVIDIA is involved in will be worth more than $750 billion. So that includes an initiative with SK Hynix's parent company worth more than $500 billion. They're also in discussions to provide a guarantee of as much as $250 billion to help OpenAI lease computing from a U.S. data center project. And then just this morning, we got news that they're also making an undisclosed investment in Safe Superintelligence, where they will provide access to their next generation Vera Rubin compute platform. And then SSI will provide AI research and technical insights. If you look at that story in that incredible graphic, all roads lead to NVIDIA and OpenAI.
That's what I wanted to highlight. Dina Bass and Winnie Shuka have this Bloomberg News article, and if you have a terminal, go to it right now. It's one of the top read stories. And I'm sure it's on Bloomberg.com, but it's got the graphics. It just shows all the circular deals. It is an awesome graphic just showing you all the companies, the dollar amounts, and it's like the only way you can make sense of it all. So
yeah, absolutely.
Big plug for those
But it makes you worried, right?
Oh,
Because
big
if
time.
something happens, if just if you pull one of the threads there, the whole thing feels like it could just kind of collapse.
Yeah, I was talking to a bond investor earlier on Tom Keen's surveillance show, and he says, that's a credit risk for them, all the circular deals. So it's almost like they have to do the credit analysis of the issuer, but also who the issuer is doing business with.
Yes.
So anyway,
that's a really good point.
Crazy stuff. What else you got?
All right, let's take a look at Ford Motor this morning. Those shares higher, ticker F, of course, and shares are up more than 2.8%, 2.9% at the moment now. And that's because we did get an upgrade from Jefferies, upgrading the stock to buy from hold before their second quarter earnings report on Tuesday after the bell. So Jefferies analysts saying that the second quarter is probably going to be the low point for volume and that management could raise guidance. And so they're looking at a price target upgrade as well to $17.50 a piece, from previously around, it would be around a 22% increase from their last close. Bloomberg Intelligence, of course, looking at the earnings, focusing particularly on the recovery in their F series, which will be key to their earnings performance moving forward, especially because Ford did announce a recall of more than 741,000 trucks and SUVs, which raises questions about quality control and risk from warranty costs. So I'm sure we'll hear about that and more from Ford after the bell when they report earnings on Tuesday.
And of course, we'll be covering that when it happens on the close and on Bloomberg Business Week. Next up,
taking a look at ExxonMobil as well this morning, Scarlett, of course, very much part and parcel of the oil story today. We know that Brent and WTI down more than 6%. And, we'll see how this bodes for ExxonMobil earnings. That's due on July 31st. Bloomberg Intelligence, though, saying that, ExxonMobil has enough of diversity in its upstream portfolio that appears positioned for long-term growth, even though there is a lot of geopolitical risk in the short term. And their strategy of restraining capital investment and generating greater synergies to maximize upstream growth is also going to be very helpful through this uncertain times. And so we'll see how those earnings results go. Once again, that's due on July 31st.
all right, Christina Aquino, thank you so much. Christina Aquino is managing editor of Markets Live. You can check out the blog on the terminal by typing MLIV Go on your Bloomberg terminal. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers Reports, 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Stock Movers is available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. As we were just talking about, NVIDIA is working on a fresh round of AI infrastructure deals, potentially worth more than $750 billion, including an AI initiative with SK Hynix for almost $500 billion. The CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, spoke in an exclusive interview with Ed Ludlow about investing in South Korea. Take a listen.
This is the golden ages for Korea, as you know. Their semiconductor business is booming. Their industrial business is booming. This is a country that has the ability to help the world build out the AI infrastructure, that they're incredibly adept at adopting new technologies, and is a really technologically forward-leaning society.
All right, that was NVIDIA's CEO, Jensen Huang. And joining us now is BTech anchor Ed Ludlow. Ed, the numbers just keep coming. The investments just keep coming. The circular deals keep coming. What's the view of that type of structure as this AI infrastructure evolves? What's the feeling out in Silicon Valley about how this is evolving?
Part of the reason there is even a debate about it being circular or not is that there isn't a great explanation of what the numbers actually represent. So you've done the reporting about what Dean has written on the terminal on OpenAI. If we just take SK as a case study, it's $500 billion or $500 billion. And at some point in that conversation with Jensen, I just said, could you just explain what that number actually is? And he was like, well, sure. It's a number that represents what we, NVIDIA, are going to be buying from SK Hynix in memory chips, but it also represents what SK as a group, a conglomerate, will be spending on their own AI infrastructure, and then everything in between that we co-invest in. And there's no real explanation of okay, so you're giving them dollars, or are they giving you dollars, or are you basically just tallying it up and calling it even at the end of the day? And that's a big part of it, right? That people just don't know the directional travel of those dollars. In the OpenAI case, what we're reporting is much more explicit, where NVIDIA is both guaranteeing and backstopping, but also providing financing for AI data centers that at the end of the day, they do use NVIDIA's technology. And that is by definition circular.
Okay, so going back to that deal or agreement or partnership with SK Hynix worth more than $500 billion, do we know if that ever actually happens? I mean, it's one thing to announce that you have these grand plans. It's another thing for the two companies to execute on it.
So it's over many years. It's over time, but there's no set deadline or time frame. It is literally bucket one, NVIDIA buying memory chips from SK Hynix. SK Hynix has 60% market share in high bandwidth memory. But SK Group, with SK Telecom underneath it, is a big deployer of data center capacity. And where do they buy their not just GPUs, but their servers from NVIDIA. So it's a multi-year thing. It won't show up in any one company's one-year financials. But let me just be honest with you, Scarlett, about it. Jensen and NVIDIA, they like big round numbers. And it's really normal for them to announce it in that way.
What do you think Silicon Valley is going to be really listening for this week, Ed, when we get some of these big tech companies reporting on Wednesday and Thursday?
Yeah, so it was a really simple arrangement between Wall Street and the biggest technology companies to this point. The biggest technology companies had to say that they were going to spend more every year. CapEx would go up, and they needed to show top-line growth. And if they did that, I would be on the show with you the next morning and there'd be green on the screen and everything would be rosy. Now there's a lot more scrutiny. There needs to be much more evidence, not just top line growth, that all of the rising CapEx results in something material. And we learned that lesson through Alphabet, right? So with Amazon, Microsoft in particular, but also Meta to a lesser extent, people want to say like, okay, I understand this metric about how people are using the AI that you've developed, not just that your sales are growing. Alphabet showed really strong growth, but the market was still worried about the rising CapEx number.
Before we let you go, very quickly, there was a Chinese chip maker that made a debut, and in its debut, CXMT jumped, I'm looking at this, it looks like a typo, 466%?
Yeah, and now is mainland China's most valuable company overnight. What you need to know is CXMT is the #4 maker of memory chips, but it is the case study for China wanting its own domestic industry. It's the flagship for China finding a domestic hero. It has a long way to go to catch up, but the proceeds of this IPO will help it to establish memory manufacturing in China. And it's also an international success.
Right.
So those other memory names will be looking over their shoulder.
All right, Ed Ludlow, thank you so much. Ed Ludlow is host of BTech every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Television. We have the S&P 500 gaining 0.25%, the NASDAQ up by about 1/5%. This is Bloomberg.
Wednesday, the Fed decides.
This committee will deliver price stability.
Economists expect no change in rates. But will there be dissents? And what will Fed Chair Warsh say this time?
The bias is still to not hike rates if they can.
Full coverage on a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance.
Is forward guidance just done?
The Fed rate decision and Warsh press conference.
This is a changed Federal Reserve, a switch in mentality.
Wednesday, starting at 1:30 on Bloomberg 92.9, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app.
This is a Bloomberg Business of Sports report. Some baseball news. An investment group that includes ex-Dallas Mavericks owner Mark Cuban has bought a minority stake in the Athletics in anticipation of their move to Las Vegas in 2028. The announcement by Harbinger Sports Group did not say what percentage of the Athletics it had acquired. Cuban is the general partner and president of the Atlanta-based group. John Fisher is the majority owner of the A's and is overseeing construction of a $2 billion, 33,000 capacity dome stadium on the Las Vegas Strip. The 2030 and 2034 FIFA World Cup media rights are set to be put up for bids in about 6 months, but the particulars surrounding the package have yet to be revealed. Sportico reports FIFA has not confirmed whether the hydration breaks introduced in this year's World Cup will be continued in the 2030 and 2034 tournaments, which complicates the media rights bidding process. With a Bloomberg Business of Sports report, I'm Michael Barr.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments, clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Bloomberg Green returns to New York during Climate Week on September 22nd and 23rd, bringing together industry leaders, policymakers, and climate innovators to explore what's next in the transition to a more resilient and future-ready world. Powered by Bloomberg's editorial coverage and data-driven insights, we'll examine how climate intersects with the forces shaping our future, from technology and the economy to policy and community. Learn more at bloomberglive.com/green-ny-radio.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure leads to sunshine continuing through the balance of the day. Temperatures will be 80 to 85. It's clear to partly cloudy and 60 to 65 tonight. Tomorrow, some morning sun, afternoon clouds, showers and thunderstorms, 80 to 85. Scattered showers and thunderstorms, 60 to 65 tomorrow night. More showers and thunderstorms Wednesday, highs close to 75. I'm Rob Carrollton with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom, with this Bloomberg Business Flash. 7 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500, they're higher right now. It's communication services that's in the lead. That's home to Google parent Alphabet. Alphabet shares right now up 3.2%. And, of course, energy at the bottom of the heap as the price of oil falls over 6%. And Baker Hughes shares up 8% for the best performing individual stock in the index. The oilfield services firm reporting second quarter earnings per share that beat the average analyst estimate. Jersey Mike's Subs, the initial public offering has attracted institutional investor demand more than 10 times the available. It's a sandwich shop.
It's a good sandwich shop.
It's an expensive sandwich shop, but every sandwich is expensive these days. So
it's on track to price after the close on Wednesday. The shares, they're going to start trading on the NYSE July 30th. The ticker symbol JMKE. Right now, the S&P 500 up 14 points, 74.26 on the index. The Dow up 400 points, 52,351, and the Nasdaq Composite Index 17 points higher right now. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Scarlett.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio in New York. I tell you, Dan Curtis on Bloomberg Television in London, he puts out these great notes throughout the day just about the market and what's going on. I steal from them totally, and I've got approval from him that I'm allowed to steal from him.
He makes it available for everyone. He's very generous.
He is. Here he's got, this is one I love today. It's the busiest week for S&P 500 earnings with $24 trillion reporting this week. Thursday, the biggest day, $10 trillion market cap. That's got Apple and Amazon. Wednesday, the second biggest day, about $7.7 trillion, Microsoft and Meta. So no matter how you slice it, big week for earnings, a big week for eco data as well. So that's why I'm in here for 5 days this week, so you know it's big. Matt Stuckey, Chief Portfolio Manager, covering the equities business for Northwestern Mutual Wealth. He's paying attention. He's out there in Milwaukee. This is their summer. They get like 4 days of summer, and then it's back to snow and ice and all that kind of stuff. Matt, thanks so much for joining us here. What are you taking away from earnings so far, and then maybe what are you looking forward this week?
Oh, good morning, Paul. Yeah, we are enjoying the summer. It is a little hot here, but right. I think we get a little bit more than just 4 days, 4 months. But who's counting? Look, in terms of earnings, some of the momentum that we saw in Q1 is clearly taking forward and demonstrating itself here in Q2. Albeit, the bar is a little bit raised. The overall kind of aggregate price index is up quite a bit, and that just increases the bar in terms of where companies need to clear to deliver a positive share price response. But, I think the important takeaway for me is that earnings revisions are going to continue to go higher. And that's been the fundamental support through a lot of this geopolitical uncertainty, is that earnings have continued to grind higher. And that's my big takeaway so far in this earnings season.
All right, earnings have continued to grind higher. The ones that are in focus this week are the rest of the hyperscalers. And I wonder if we're going to get a similar reaction to those results, the CapEx announcements in particular, as we got to Alphabet's, which was kind of a want.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Look, I think that the same condition is still out there, that the world is short of compute and hyperscalers are going to spend what's necessary to bring it to life. The tolerance, though, is changing as the funding sources has changed. So we went from operating cash flow to debt markets now to equity market capital to finance this build out. And that introduces increasing levels of skepticism naturally on the part of investors. I think that there is a limit to this. There is a limit in terms of how many executives are willing to let their stock start to move lower as a result of this spending. And I'm not sure if we're there yet, given the response of Google, but we're a lot closer than we used to be. The bar that Google set, in my opinion, was pretty high. They talked about how quickly their cloud business is growing, but they're also demonstrated really strong margins. Incremental margins are north of 50%. That's a good result from a margin perspective. And so you can see the incentive on their part to spend aggressively to do more of this. That still wasn't good enough according to the eye of the market, though. And that's a high bar that I think other hyperscalers are going to have to contemplate in setting guidance and capital allocation plans in 2027.
Switch gears here and talk about real estate. I had a real estate portfolio manager on Bloomberg Surveillance this morning, and he was talking to us about the really good performance by a lot of the REIT sector, which I found surprising in a rising interest rate environment. But I know, Matt, you guys recently returned REITs to a neutral allocation. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, this is a kind of an under the radar part of the market that, for the most part, been in the rearview mirror, during all the struggles during the pandemic, and rightly so. This was kind of right in the bullseye in terms of the impact, at least in the shorter term, for kind of where vacancies were rising, where rents were starting to suffer a little bit, especially in the office market. But a lot has changed since then, and what we're seeing fundamentally is that we've had 3 or 4 years worth of decelerating construction starts, and the other side of that is a cycle that's inflecting positively, and that's what we're seeing today, where we're seeing rising cash flows from the assets that are already in the ground. And if you want to bring on new supply today, it's a much higher cost basis to do so. And so, to us, we like that as a real estate investor, is that inflation is on our side in this asset class. And from a portfolio construction standpoint, what we really like about it is that it starts to hedge both sides of the distribution around inflation. Now, we think, over time, inflation should come down, but if it doesn't, if we don't have that action from the central banks around the world to fight inflation, this is an asset class that protects against that outcome, where that inflation ultimately finds its way in rents that we would collect as investors.
How do you make room in your portfolio for REITs? What do you give up?
Yeah, so we allocated money away from a longer duration part of our fixed income exposure. And this brought our fixed income allocations back to neutral. And it was a way for us to still feel like we had duration expressed in our portfolio, but in more of an inflation hedged type of allocation, if that makes sense. And so really we plotted it from longer duration fixed income over to real estate. And so, yes, it's still a longer duration in terms of our exposure, at least the way we think about it on the equity side, but with a little bit more of an inflation hedged exposure at the end of the day.
All right, Matt, thank you so much. Appreciate it as always. Matt Stuckey, he's the Chief Portfolio Manager, Northwestern Mutual Wealth, out there in Milwaukee, enjoying that nice summer out there. It's hot out there. I saw in the weather.
What's hot there?
The whole middle part of the country, heat dome type thing. The thing we had a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
They're getting.
Well, we had the Canadian wildfires on top of that, so that was really
and
fun.
they're getting some like wildfires now coming down to Florida. They're saying.
You're joking.
No, I saw that. And they're starting to see it in the Panhandle already. Crazy weather out there. All right, let's get away from the AI talk. Let's go to the big take story out there. And it's a good one because it's a non-AI big take story here. goes about the tin can industry here, and it goes to tariffs and protectionism. The industry's struggle, that's the tin can industry struggle, is a cautionary tale as the U.S. president tries to rebuild his protectionist regime. This story went deeply diving into the tin can business, which I don't even think about the tin can business, but apparently we make a lot of tin cans every year.
Yeah.
Sean Donna joins us here at Bloomberg News. He's a senior economics writer. Sean, talk to us about the tin can business in this country and how is it being impacted by tariffs?
Sure. Well, thanks for having me. Look, the tin can is this wonderful little case study that we can take into what has happened actually with tariffs and the results. I think when we talk about tariffs nowadays, we often talk about the promise that this will mean a return in manufacturing, the promise that lots of jobs will come with it eventually, that there'll be a huge amount of investment in the United States. And the tin cans are an example that should kind of give us a bit of pause when we hear some of those promises. And I dove into this because in March of 2018, Wilbur Ross went on TV, and this was right as they announced really the first Trump tariffs, which were the tariffs on steel, and the markets were going down, investors were nervous, and Wilbur Ross went on TV and he held up a Campbell soup can and he said, you know what? There's only 2.6 cents worth of steel in this, and these tariffs aren't really going to affect it and the price of this. And moreover, we're going to get tens of thousands of jobs and hundreds of millions of dollars in investment. Well, he went out that day and he bought a can of Campbell's, it was chicken noodle soup. And he said he went to his local 7-Eleven, bought it for $1.99. So I thought I'd do the same thing as Wilbur Ross. And I went out to my local 7-Eleven and I bought that can of chicken noodle soup and it would cost me $3.49, right? So that's not a surprise that in this kind of era of inflation, prices have gone up, but it's why the price has gone up. And part of the reason for that is there's a 50% tariff on the steel that is used to make tin cans. And then we started looking at, okay, has there been investment in making that steel that is used in tin cans? Well, the answer is no. Actually, it's gone the opposite way. There were a dozen mills that made tin plate steel when Wilbur Ross held up that can. There's now 3 running in the United States. In 2018, the U.S. imported 50% of the steel that was used to make tin cans. Now it imports 80% of that steel just because domestic production has not gone anyway. And we just haven't seen the jobs. There are now, in all of the steel mills in the United States, there are now only about 1,300 more people working in those mills than there were in 2018. So it's one of those stories of, I think of it as a story of kind of unfulfilled promises, right? Unintended consequences, and that, the promise of tariffs, what actually happens when they go. Now, this is just tin cans, right?
This is just tin cans.
Small part of the can.
What is happening to those tin cans? Because they're made somewhat differently now than they were before, aren't they?
Yeah, well, this is really interesting. So I went up to the Can Corporation of America, which is just outside Allentown, Pennsylvania. And if you go there on the production line, they will tell you that they use roughly the same amount of steel that they did in 2018, and they turn out more cans. Why? Because that tin can that you're buying in the store is actually thinner than it used to be. They're actually reducing the amount of steel in each tin can to try and save on costs. So we've had some kind of innovation there. That steel is also, as I said before, it's more likely to be coming from overseas.
I love this stat here. Each year, Can Corporation and its 350 employees turn out just shy of 1 billion tin cans in 200 different sizes that are destined to be filled with everything from coffee to industrial adhesives.
I think about this and I can't remember the last time I used a can opener because so much soup, for instance, broth is always in the paper packaging now instead of tin cans.
Oh, no, I go Campbell's soup big time. Yes.
New Jersey products.
Yes.
That's why.
I'm going to go with progressive, sorry.
And if you talk to people in the can industry, they will kind of look at you very skeptically and say there's nothing quite like a tin can in terms of holding up and the ability to stack it and so on. But yeah, that has been one of the threats to the can industry, has been kind of alternative packaging, and some of that which has been prompted by the higher cost of cans. And
all right, great story.
Price side,
this is the Big Take story. You can see it on Bloomberg Terminal, and you can see it at Bloomberg.com/Big Take. Sean Donnan, senior economics writer for Bloomberg, talking about the tin can business. I didn't even really think about the tin can business, but
took it for granted.
I read this thing on the way up this morning, and I was like, yeah, that's interesting. More coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Speed, analysis, context. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. A pause in U.S. attacks on Iran. Sources say the White House is holding off on strikes while negotiators go back to the bargaining table. The search is on in Seattle for at least one more gunman in yesterday's deadly shooting. 3 people were shot and killed during a food festival at the Space Needle. 4 others were hurt. Roberto Ramirez was caught in the panic that followed.
All the vendors got behind the plywood because of the shooter until, I don't know, it was like 5 minutes. Then it was kind of like, a big silence. And it wasn't until like 15 minutes later the cops started showing up.
A monster wildfire in France has forced 220,000 people from their homes. However, the country's interior minister said today that fire has stopped growing. Fire is also burning in Spain. 1 person there was killed. The trial begins today for Lindsay Clancy in Massachusetts. The former nurse killed her 3 children 19 days after being discharged from a psychiatric hospital. This is ABC News.
I'm Lisa Mateo, inviting you to join us for Bloomberg This Weekend. Catch the show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. Make Bloomberg #1 on your weekend to-do list. Watch and listen on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
At Franklin Templeton, we've long believed in the importance of turning wisdom into a sharper edge. That's why we've combined the expertise of Benefit Street Partners, Clarion Partners, and Lexington Partners to offer you a variety of private market opportunities previously available only to institutional investors. Learn more at ftprivatemarkets.com. Again, that's ftprivatemarkets.com. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, Jose Minchero here, Head of Portfolio Analytics Research at Bloomberg. Are you looking for a risk model that adapts quickly to today's volatile markets? One capable of providing accurate risk forecasts and efficient optimized portfolios, all while mitigating those pesky correlations between idiosyncratic and factor returns? If so, look no further than the Bloomberg Mac 3 risk model. Visit bloomberg.com/risk-modeling to learn more.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast from Goldman Sachs, Amanda Lynham.
In the high yield market, we did raise our default forecast last week because we're a little bit concerned about this left tail of borrowers that haven't been contributing to the overall resilience in the credit markets. That, coupled with higher AI-related issuance in the high yield market, that market's not immune, higher commodity costs, higher rates translating into a higher cost of capital, leaves us on the margin somewhat concerned. On the private credit point, in many ways, we actually just treat this like broader credit. We have flagged recently that non-accruals in private credit have increased a little bit in the first quarter, but it's not outsized relative to the broader trend. The key point we are watching in private credit and the leverage loan market is the 2028 maturity wall, because there's a lot of software debt that needs to be refinanced. so far that refinancing has
we're
been
18
encouraging.
months out.
Yeah, and we've already started.
You can keep your job for 18 months.
We've already started chipping away at that. It's been encouraging, but that's the key point we're watching.
All right, Tom, in Amanda's latest report, Exhibit 5, we estimate nearly $200 billion of data center deal activity in the private market since the start of 2025. Man, I did not know that. Who's buying this stuff?
It's happening under the surface, above and beyond the very meaningful supply that we've already had from the AI ecosystem.
Yep.
We estimate that's $500 billion year to date. So just the numbers here are extraordinary. Private markets, there's $4.5 trillion of dry powder in private markets across all categories right now. So that $200 billion sounds large. We think it's actually just the early stages.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Major averages, they've turned mixed, kind of groping for direction. Semiconductor stocks under pressure. SanDisk, Western Digital, these are the two laggards right now, the S&P 500. And the earnings is going to get real intense this week. Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, Apple all open the books to investors this week. Spend and return on that spend, that's going to continue to be a focus for investors. Oil prices softening after the U.S. Seems like it paused its two-week campaign of strikes against Iran. Right now, Brent crude 7% lower. We're at 89.99 a barrel. And then, there's a Fed meeting this week. Isabel Mateo said BNP Paribas says this week's policy meeting is unlikely to result in any shift.
Our base case remains that they also do nothing. However, there is a case to hike, and several of the FOMC members have been making it, and so it will probably be one of these good family fights that Kevin Walsh has been talking about.
S&P 500 down 19 points, 73.92. The Dow up 194 points at 52,140, and the Nasdaq Composite Index 180 points lower. Shake up at Barrel de Cracker.
Oh, yeah.
Cracker Barrel Old Country Store has named David Deno, the company's new CEO, replacing Julie Massino, who fought to help the brand recover from all the backlash over the 2025.
Feels like scapegoating.
Rebranding.
Yeah.
Yep.
People just didn't.
They didn't take to it.
Mess with the cracker.
Exactly. A country boy breakfast with the country ham. And
nothing. I mean, the meals didn't change. They just sort of updated
It's the logo.
stores and the logo.
Yep.
Whatever.
Just keep the biscuits and gravy, John.
Yeah, we check the markets for you. People don't like change. Right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash, Scarlett Paul.
All right. Thank you so much, JT. You say people don't like change, but we're seeing a big change in oil prices, and you would think people would like that, except markets have turned lower. Equities are now...
Don't know why.
Yeah. S&P and NASDAQ are now both in the red, giving up earlier gains.
Yep.
I'm looking at WTI and Brent, and they're continuing to stay lower, down by about 6%. Brent is now at $90 a barrel. Last week it got to over 100. Touched 100. Yep. WTI is at $83 a barrel. Let's bring in Ellen Wald. She's president of Transversal Consulting. She's a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. And Ellen, I'm confused because the surge in oil prices was tied to this resumption of fighting between the U.S. and Iran in the Middle East. And now, we've had 3 days of limited interaction, and that's enough to drive oil prices down this much. It feels like it's just a matter of time before it goes back up, because we also know this war isn't ending.
Exactly. You're not the only person who is surprised that the events that occurred between basically Friday to now have pushed oil prices down this much. I think that is probably a sign that it's not just geopolitical events. I mean, right now we have the same issues going on in the Strait of Hormuz that we've had for a while. There is a U.S. blockade. There's Iran also not letting ships through. We've got mines. Apparently another ship hit a mine and there was damaged over the weekend. We've also got issues in the Red Sea. The Houthis have threatened Saudi oil. We've seen a lot of tankers and other ships lose insurance coverage now. And so they're now having to add, they used to be going, around Saudi Arabia, going into the Red Sea, picking up oil, coming out. That adds a little bit of time if you're going to Asia. Now they've got to go all the way around Africa, essentially, and pick up oil in the Mediterranean that's either gone through the Suez Canal or along a pipeline there. So they're adding a lot of time. We've got outages from Kazakhstan. Their outages, their oil is now down about half. They're only, exporting about half as much as they were. We have now reports just this morning of some damage to Saudi oil infrastructure along the East-West pipeline. Some pumping stations appear to be damaged. A refinery is damaged. We're waiting for more information, but all of this actually says that supply is down as opposed to up, and yet oil prices are down. And so it certainly seems like really what we should be seeing is an increase in oil prices, not a decline.
Ellen, if I'm Iran, don't I need the Strait of Hormuz open as much or more than anybody? Or do I have other ways to get my oil out of the country?
So they really have very few options to get their oil out of the country. It's not really feasible for them to ship it, by rail out the other side of the country. They're not set up to do that. So yes, they do need the Strait of Hormuz to be open. They need to be able to use the Strait of Hormuz. That's why, every time Iran before this incident would threaten to close the Strait of Hormuz, it was always kind of it didn't really make sense, because if they're going to not let anyone send oil out of the Strait of Hormuz, then Iran's oil would presumably be stuck as well. And so I think we've gotten to the point where they got some oil out. They've got this breathing room. And so they just don't see any reason to, they don't have the same kind of pressure on them to work out a solution.
How are the oil importers reacting? And I wonder if the way that they're reacting has any impact on oil prices and how they move.
So it's very interesting. What we've seen from China is that China is a big importer of Middle East oil. Now, if this conflict had happened, 20 years ago, we'd be in a very different situation, because back then the West, particularly the United States, was much more dependent on Middle Eastern oil. But now it's Asia, especially China, that's the big customer for this Middle Eastern oil. And so what we've seen is that China has cut their imports quite a bit since this started happening. And that's definitely given the market more breathing room. But this is not a situation that seems to be able to last forever. It's not necessarily due to major declines in consumption, for example. They're probably tapping some of their reserves, but this can't continue, go on indefinitely. And at some point, they are going to increase. They're going to increase their imports. They have increased it somewhat. That's what some of the early data is showing, but it's unclear whether that's going to hold since there's been so much fluctuation in prices recently.
So, what is Saudi Arabia doing here? Can they take care of their distribution through their pipeline, or do they need the Strait of Hormuz open? I'm just wondering about some of the neighbors in that part of the world. What kind of pressure they can put on both sides, Iran and the U.S.?
So Saudi Arabia is probably in the best situation of any of the oil exporters in the Middle East. Not only are they blessed with incredible geography, which they have taken advantage of. I mean, they really, if you want to talk about being prepared for something like this, Aramco and the Saudis were very well prepared. They've got this East-West pipeline, so they can pump oil in one part of the country and ship it all the way across the country to basically their ports in the Red Sea, which was working great. Now, the pipelines aren't set up for the same capacity that they would normally be shipping out of the Persian Gulf, but they were able to maintain, sales. They were able to get oil to their customers, in terms of the contracts that they've already have in place. The problem now is that if these facilities are being attacked, then they're really potentially going to be hurt now. Plus, they can send oil out of the Red Sea, but if the Houthis are threatening them, then they've got to send it north to the Suez Canal. And the Suez Canal is not equipped to handle a fully laden, very large crude carrier. So that ship has got to either offload some oil or they've got to split it into two smaller ships, because we do not want to see a repeat of getting a ship stuck in the Suez Canal.
No, you don't. Before we let you go, Ellen, just a final question. Does OPEC or OPEC Plus, which is OPEC and its allies, do they matter at all in everything we're talking about here?
It's a really good question. I actually argued recently that they don't. Essentially, they don't matter. There's really nothing they can do at this point that can help the situation. They've got to just wait it out until things open up, because there's really very little they can do. They can put through production increase after production increase, but at a certain point, there's just no more oil that they can increase, because if no one can ship it, then they've got to shut it in. So really, OPEC is in the same kind of waiting game.
Yeah, they don't solve the problem at its source, which is the transport of the oil, the movement of it. Ellen, thank you so much. Ellen Wald is president of Transversal Consulting, joining us to talk about the oil markets here with Brent down about 7%, $90 a barrel. This is a complete turnaround from what we saw earlier just last week, as the U.S. pauses daily strikes against Iran for, I believe, a third straight day. There was almost 2 weeks of daily strikes that ravaged the oil market and got people really nervous. WTI off by 6%. At $83.65 a barrel. This is Bloomberg Intelligence on Bloomberg Radio.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure is going to lead to sunshine continuing this afternoon. It's 80 to 85. We're clear to partly cloudy, 60 to 65 tonight in Boston. Morning sun, afternoon cloud, showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, 80 to 85. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow night, lows 60 to 65. Showers, thunderstorms, and breezy Wednesday, a high of 75. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Today's AM radio is stale and repetitive.
Boston's Frog Pond Play Pool opens.
More pickleball courts in Peabody.
The truth behind Frankenfish.
Don't wait through boring and irrelevant topics on the AM dial. Listen to Bloomberg 92.9 for stories that matter.
Talking politics with our eye on the financial markets.
Plus, breaking global news with context.
These are the stories that shape the global economy.
Your best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI, because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era. Learn more at everpuredata.com.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Stacey Vanek Smith here from Everybody's Business. This week on the podcast, we talk about the holding pattern in the U.S. economy.
I think this AI hype and this AI bubble comes to an end.
You're saying there is an AI bubble?
Yeah.
What happens when this bubble pops?
I think then we are left with a massive amount of overinvestment, and it'll be a long
clean out of the cycle.
Listen to Everybody's Business from Bloomberg Business Week on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well here. Right in the middle of earnings season. That's true for our good friends over in Europe. And, you know, we've seen a lot of price increases, whether it's tariff-related, commodity-related, and companies, by and large, have been able to pass those price increases on to customers. Will that continue in the second half as we think about profit margins? Tim Craighead, Global Chief Content Officer for Bloomberg Intelligence. He joins us. He's based there in London. So, Tim, what are we seeing in the companies that you guys cover over there in Europe about cost increases and protecting margin, passing along to consumers? Where are we at this point?
So far, so good. If you look at the core of the earnings reports that have come through so far, Paul, had about a third of corporate Europe report. We've got another third coming this week, so it's a big week, as it is with you all. But so far, we've got, call it 50% beats, 30% misses. That's not the same sort of ratio that you'd normally see in the U.S., which tends to be more skewed to the positive. But this is a good earnings report for Europe. I don't play the game quite the same way in terms of beat and raise. But growth is tracking at about 12%, which is a little above expectation. I would say a lot of the growth has come from financials with higher profit margins, net interest income, pharmaceuticals, where we've had a couple of really good results, and semi-equipment. ASML, is a huge company over here, and they're clearly in a good position. So I would say good, but not extraordinary and narrow.
Okay. I mean, you mentioned ASML. It feels like that's the main tech name, if there are any at all. I feel like we only hear about ASML. So which is the sector that has the most growth prospects? I mean, which one do people get excited about? Do people have the highest conviction about the way that they would about the tech sector in the U.S.?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, Scarlett. The sort of techification, if I could be so bold as to make up a word, from a European construct is number one, certainly ASML. Don't forget, we do have SAP over here, which, is
software
massive
name.
Company massive software name, but you know how software has been under pressure from the proverbial SaaS apocalypse. And we've got a couple of other semiconductor companies like STMicro and Infineon, but STMicro just laid an egg last week with a significant drop in share in the stock price after earnings. The real sort of broadening out here comes through the industrials. Think about companies like Siemens and Schneider Electric and ABB, and there's a whole raft of companies underneath of them that feed into the whole AI data center build out and the electrification of the economy, not only here but globally. And that's the pseudo tech play over here, along with something like ASML.
Hey, Tim, when we had, early last year when tariffs really came into play, there was a little bit of a rotation out of U.S. into some other parts of the world, most notably Europe here. Has that been a short-term trade? Is that money still there? Is it rotated back to the U.S.?
Yeah, I tell you, Paul, it's really interesting. There's a chart that inevitably I end up using when I'm meeting with clients that shows U.S., Europe, and emerging market indices, and then U.S. versus the world. And you can go back 15 years and look at U.S. outperformance on a very consistent basis. And that came to a pretty abrupt end at the beginning of last year in advance of tariffs. And, for the past 18 months now, after an initial fall off where the U.S. underperformed on that trade to broaden out, as you alluded to, it's essentially been flat. And, you look right now, year to date, the Euro Stoxx 50 is up 8.5%. The S&P up 8%. NASDAQ up 7.3%. So, Europe's actually doing okay. And there continues to be a broadening out from a lot of the anecdotes that we hear talking to globally oriented institutional investors who are just very heavily weighted towards U.S. equities.
I like what you said about how European management doesn't play the same earnings game that American management does. Is that changing? I mean, has that started to change with the techification of Europe and the rest of the world?
The new buzz phrase. Yes and no. I think that there is sensitivity certainly to what evolves with the earnings reporting period, but there isn't the same maniacal focus on setting up the earnings expectation to beat a little bit that does happen quite seamlessly in the U.S. markets. Like I said, having this 50 versus 30 beat versus miss here is a pretty good ratio. I'd also say that if you look at the tenor of, say, management comments on analyst calls, I think historically European managers can be pretty conservative.
Yep.
They've gotten a bit more optimistic. It's interesting.
Right.
We do this management sentiment index, and it's actually the best sentiment in this earnings reporting period that we've had since the pandemic. So they're actually getting more positive.
Very good. Tim, thanks so much as always. Always appreciate a few minutes of your time. Tim Craighead, Global Chief Content Officer for Bloomberg Intelligence. He is based in London via Southwestern Virginia. This is Bloomberg.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. Bloomberg 92.9. Programming paid for by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
Concern about rising prices spooking investors.
What does renewables investment look like in the U.S.?
More tariff talk coming out of this administration.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
The president wants lower interest rates. He wants a rate cut cycle.
How do you broaden out the AI play?
Are people just looking for something to worry about when it comes to China?
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, originals and the Bloomberg Business app.
Good Monday morning. This is Bloomberg Intelligence, broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in Midtown Manhattan. We are also streaming live on YouTube. Paul Sweeney, Scarlett Fu, and John Tucker with you for the second hour. So the band is back together on this July Monday morning. A lot to get to because the Farnborough International Air Show ended, and we know that a lot of deals got made, more than 300 orders. George Ferguson, our senior aerospace, defense, and airlines analyst, will walk us through what it means for Boeing specifically. Laura Martin will be joining us as Meta gets ready to report earnings on Wednesday. She has a note out about how Meta, and there is a high cost of a bad culture perhaps taking place there. So that headline is certainly intriguing. We're also going to check in with Gene Goldman. He is CEO of Cetera on inflation expectations and the overall market volatility. We've got a Fed meeting this Wednesday. And we're also going to check in with Emily Harding. She is Vice President of the Defense and Security Department at the Center for Strategic and International Studies on the latest out of the Middle East. There hasn't been any U.S.-Iran fighting for about
3 days, right?
3 days, okay. And that's providing some relief to oil markets. Let's get over now to John Tucker for our Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Scarlett, thanks. The major averages mixed right now. Information technology, worst performing major industry group in the S&P 500. And that's where you find the semiconductors. The Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, the SOX down over 4%. You have SanDisk, Coherent, and Western Digital, the laggards in the S&P 500. Actually, Workday, the best performing stock in the index, up close to 8%. This is application software. Some analysts have said it's undervalued. I'm going to do SpaceX real quick. Down another 4% today. So this extends the losses for a second straight day. And I checked it. The high was what, June 16th. Since June 16th, SpaceX shares are down 45%. Meantime, Cameron Dawson at New Edge Wealth says it's all eyes on earnings.
We get those big AI spenders this week with Microsoft, Amazon, and Meta, and that's all happening in the shadow of the reaction to Google's results last week. Google, of course, put up really strong numbers, but investors balked at the big CapEx bill that sent free cash flow negative for the quarter.
Right now, the S&P 500 is up close to 10 points, 74.22. The Dow Jones Industrial Average about 273 points, up about 0.5%. But as the Composite Index lower, down 4 points right now. No more empty nests. The share of young American adults living with their parents is near COVID lockdown highs, driven by, among other things, housing costs. Thrivent survey. These are the folks who came up with this figure. Letting a grown son or daughter move back into your house can cost roughly $1,500 a month. I'm going to say that is a real low estimate. Really low.
How do you know, John?
Let's just say I know. You know?
I think we all.
I also got my property tax bill today for the quarters.
You're not a happy boy.
Gee willikers. Anyway.
You get a mountaintop estate on the Jersey Shore.
Easy. They're going to raise it again. You're talking it up like that.
Yesterday at lunch, we saw this young couple. They had 3 little kids, and they're just barely trying to hang on. The kids are going crazy, trying to feed them. Mm-hmm. And I said to the dad, this is what empty nesting looks like. You just kick back, relax.
And then the grandkids move in.
Exactly.
We check the markets and other stuff right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tinker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right. Thank you so much, JT, for that check on other stuff. It's always the other stuff that makes the morning. Let's check in to get a sense of the stocks that are on the move here on this mixed day in equities on this Monday morning. And for that, we have Jody LeGroux. She joins us now. Judy, what are you looking at? What catches your eye?
Good morning, Scarlett. First, let's start off with Baker Hughes, ticker BKR. The oil field services firm is rising as much as 9.5% on the day, but currently it's trading at about 6.8%. It's on track for its largest intraday jump in over a year, and this is coming after the company reported second quarter earnings that beat analysts' estimates. And this beat was driven by an increase in industrial orders that doubled year over year. And the industrial and energy technology guidance was raised through 2028. Analysts at both Citi and Piper Sandler wrote that the conflict in the Middle East had a lower impact on margins and revenue than anticipated. And that's what drove really the earnings per share beat for this company.
Good day for them. Stock's up 6% today, up 33% year to date. What's next?
Sure. Next is Cracker Barrel, ticker CBRL. The stock is sliding as much as 6.3%. Right now, it's down about 4%. It's on track to reach the largest intraday drop in about 6 weeks. And this is a really complex story here. As many of you remember, Cracker Barrel had a redesign last year where they changed their logo and they basically had a big revamp that had a lot of backlash that came as a result of it. And in tandem with that, the CEO that oversaw all of that is stepping down, and that announcement was made today. David Dino will become the company's next CEO effective August 10th. And what was really interesting that the analysts really called this move by the company surprising. Citi specifically noted that Cracker Barrel appeared to be gaining some same-store sales momentum after the 2025 logo episode. And Bloomberg Intelligence noted that Dino's long-term success will hinge on whether he can attract talented executives to work with him in Lebanon, Tennessee, which is about 40 minutes east of Nashville.
As long as the biscuits and gravy are good, that's all I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Biscuits and gravy.
You don't care about the logo.
No, please. All right, how about Tyson Food?
Sure. So Tyson's Foods is climbing as much as 6.9%, and it is currently up about 6%. It's on track for its largest intraday increase in almost 3 months. This is coming after the U.S. Department of Agriculture said late Friday that the U.S. would resume cattle shipments from Mexico in an effort to ease the domestic shortage that has led to higher beef prices. And this is after more than a year-long ban was put in place to prevent the spread of what's called a New World screwworm, which is a parasitic fly that can kill cattle within days if left untreated. Barclays analyst wrote that this move will lower prices and called it a clear benefit for beef processors in America. JBS, ticker JBS, another meat processing company, is up as much as 8% on this news, its biggest jump in over 4 months. So Tyson Foods, ticker TSN for that.
I watch Dutton Ranch. I know all about the cattle industry.
Dutton Ranch.
Exactly.
That's the next line of business you're getting into.
Screwworm on that show?
No, they take care of that.
No,
very
they took
quickly.
that plot line out.
Very quickly. So no, I know all about the ranching business. All right, thank you very much. We appreciate that. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. Jody Luger with that report for us. We appreciate it. George Ferguson joins us here, Bloomberg Intelligence, Aerospace, and Airlines Analyst. George, you just got back from the big aerospace show in England. There were some headlines, but how would you characterize it? Were there big orders from airlines and the aerospace companies?
No, I'd characterize it as a little bit of a disappointment. So I think expectations were low going in. The backdrop isn't great right now, right? The price of fuel, volatile, up heavily and volatile, which I guess is probably even the more scary word for airline executives. And given that backdrop, in a war in Iran, war continuing in Europe, I think folks were sitting on their hands, not placing a lot of orders. What we did see was lessors place most of the orders, and typically lessors will come in at speculative points, right? They'll look to place orders in hopes that everyone kind of got it wrong here. This wasn't an inflection point. There's more demand for airplanes down the road. They'll place these orders, and then by the time they get delivery, kind of hope the market stronger than everybody thinks, and more demand for airplanes.
Okay, so it's interesting that the orders were not as robust as people had anticipated when it looks like the airline industry is doing great. I mean, there's plenty of demand.
Yeah.
Ticket prices are up. I know fuel prices have increased, but it feels like airlines are passing that along to passengers and people are paying up for it. So how do we reconcile that?
Yeah, I mean, so there's a couple of ways to reconcile that. One, I would say backlogs are still pretty strong. So look, don't worry about the airframers' ability to build airplanes. The most important airplanes in their portfolio, product portfolios, A320, 737, the narrow bodies. They have they're into the next decade. When you place an order today, you're into the next decade for a lot of those before you're getting any deliveries. Also, the same is sort of true for the 787, A350. You're 6-7 years out, I think, before you got to get an airplane. So there's a lot in the backlog. A lot of orders have already been placed. But again, look, I think the airline's probably looking at that backlog thinking they should be regularly in to refresh those orders. And I think they're, again, sort of watching how the world develops here. They've not recovered all of the increased cost of fuel. They've started to recover, as we're seeing from the U.S. earnings season. So there's still more work to be done. I think the airline business, the marketplace, would have to be smaller at these higher fuel prices. I don't think these fuel prices will persist long term anyways, but I think they're watching that and trying to figure out where we go from here.
All right, George, hopefully at least you had a good time at some good parties and some good meals, because that's, at the end of the day, what these air shows are all about. George Ferguson, thank you very much. Appreciate it. George covers all the aerospace and airlines for Bloomberg Intelligence. Next, I want to bring in Laura Martin. She's a senior analyst at Needham & Company. She's out there in L.A. I've known Laura for decades. She's covered the media industry for decades. And what has characterized her work, from my perspective, is just a level of innovation in her research. She looks at companies and industries very differently than most of the street. And as an example, I'm going to say 25 years ago, maybe even more, she really put return on invested capital front and center for her research. And I didn't know anybody else doing that back in the day. And that was really unique, and that drove a lot of some really cool research back in the day. Now, I think she takes it one step further. She uses the ratings from Glassdoor, which kind of looks at the culture and values of its employees across her research coverage. And she says, you know what? If happy employees are valuable employees and they create shareholder value, and that's one of the metrics you should look at. Laura, thanks so much for joining us here. Talk to us about this research, and you guys highlighted Meta recently using this type of research.
Yeah, so what we're doing is we're looking at the fact that out of the 23 stocks we cover, Meta pays the most in stock-based compensation per employee. Both are metrics you can pull out of their public financials. So they're paying every single employee at Meta, which is like 70,000 people, $300,000 each. So presumably some people like receptionists don't get stock, which means they're probably paying people who do get stock $500,000 each in stock-based comp. So you say to yourself, why are they paying more, a lot more, than everybody else in big tech and in big cap? And when you look at the answer. Out of the 23 companies we cover, their ratings by employees today is a 2.8 out of 5, which is the lowest of all the companies we cover by a lot. Like Netflix is 4.4, Google 4.2, and Meta's down at 2.8. So
that's a huge difference.
One of the reasons they have to pay so much is because their culture and values are really low and horrible internally.
Okay, say more about this. What do we know about the culture and the values? I mean, you dug into all of this. What did you find?
So I think the problem is, the CEO is unimpeachable. He controls the company absolutely. And you've seen him pivot really rapidly from the metaverse. Oh, change the company name, but now we're firing all those people. Quest goggles were really in, vogue for a year, and now they're sort of getting left by the wayside. So now he's doing generative AI, but 3 weeks ago, he said, we're getting into the chip business and we're going to compete with NVIDIA. So I think just this strategic pivoting really demoralizes people and confuses them about what the strategic priorities are of the enterprise.
So the net result is to, I guess, attract and retain. They have to pay more. And in Silicon Valley, that means stock. That's not like Laura and I grew up in Wall Street where it was just cash, cash, cash. Out there, it's all stock. What's the long-term impact, do you think, on their equity value, their stock performance?
I think it means you have higher employee churn, and the people who churn are the people who can get the next job, which means they're good people. So they're leaving for OpenAI or Anthropic or Google. And so that makes, to get the new person to replace that churned out person is just more and more expensive. And that's bad for shareholders because it's dilutive to shareholders if you have to pay people more to attract them and retain them. So I think it's bad for both. I mean, both employees and Wall Street need stock prices to rise. So it's bad for both employees and Wall Street to have to give so much equity to attract and retain people, I think.
What does it mean for the company's ability to deliver on these new strategic initiatives? I mean, if Mark Zuckerberg is pivoting the company every 6 months, every year to something new, he's paying up for the talent, but can they execute if there isn't that allegiance between company and employee the way you might find elsewhere?
Right, exactly. So one of the things he just said in a town hall that he's going to lease capacity. He just did a $10 billion leasing deal where he has built too much capacity because he said his AI initiatives aren't going as quickly as he had hoped. Well, that's exactly the answer to your question, that the employees are either infighting or it's unclear what priorities are. Things are happening slower despite the amount of money he's spending on talent.
Laura, you're one of, there's 72 buy ratings on this company. Only 7 holds. You're one of them. Why is that?
Because I think he is destroying value by not having strategic focus. That I think Quest was about trying to go into competition with Apple. He's in the shopping business because he's trying to displace Amazon. Of course he does search right? So that he really is next to search, social and search. He is the number one competitor to Google. And now he's going in the chip business, which competes with NVIDIA. So I feel like his strategy is reactionary and keeps going into business, sort of trying to compete with the incumbent winner take all participant. And I just think that won't work in the end. He's much smaller than many of these companies he's going into competition against. I just think it doesn't work in the end, I think.
All right, Laura, thank you so much. We appreciate getting some of your time. Laura Martin's a senior analyst at Needham & Company. I followed her research on the street for more than 25 years. It is rarely consensus. She's not afraid to go against the grain.
That was super interesting.
Yeah, and she really looks at things differently. So if for no other reason, that's why I think a lot of people value her research. We've got some headlines coming across the Bloomberg terminal. Trump to Axios. Military operations could return if talks fail. He's decided to pause U.S. strikes on Iran. Trump notes oil dropped. Stocks rose after pausing attacks. That's according to Axios, and we know that's important. Trump to Axios again. U.S. could return to military operations. So we know that financial markets have an impact on his decision.
Absolutely. And we've seen the S&P 500 erase its gain, is now in the red right now. Oil prices remain lower because there is no conflict at the moment. There are no active fighting. But again, still higher than where they were before.
Wednesday, the Fed decides.
This committee will deliver price stability.
Economists expect no change in rates. But will there be dissents? And what will Fed Chair Warsh say this time?
The bias is still to not hike rates if they can.
Full coverage on a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance.
Is forward guidance just done?
The Fed rate decision and Warsh press conference.
This is a changed Federal Reserve, a switch in mentality.
Wednesday, starting at 1:30 on Bloomberg 92.9, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves a risk of loss.
Join us for Bloomberg Power Players on September 10th in New York. Set against the backdrop of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, Bloomberg convenes the leaders shaping the future of sports business. From athletes and team owners to commissioners and investors, hear the market-moving conversations driving the multi-trillion-dollar sports economy. Register now at BloombergLive.com/PowerPlayersRadio. That's BloombergLive.com/PowerPlayersRadio.
Bloomberg Green returns to New York during Climate Week on September 22nd and 23rd, bringing together industry leaders, policymakers, and climate innovators to explore what's next in the transition to a more resilient and future-ready world. Powered by Bloomberg's editorial coverage and data-driven insights, we'll examine how climate intersects with the forces shaping our future, from technology and the economy to policy and community. Learn more at BloombergLive.com/GreenNYRadio.
Next week on Leaders with me, Francine Lacqua. I speak with investor and entrepreneur Amanda Stavely on the boldest deal of her career.
That was brave.
Walking away from Newcastle.
It was the toughest decision I've made.
And what she's looking for in her next football club.
I just want a challenge, and that's what excites me.
Listen and watch Leaders with me, Francine Lacqua, on Bloomberg Television or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure is going to lead to sunshine continuing this afternoon. It's 80 to 85. We're clear to partly cloudy, 60 to 65 tonight in Boston. Morning sun, afternoon cloud, showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, 80 to 85. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow night, lows 60 to 65. Showers, thunderstorms, and breezy Wednesday, a high of 75. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash, brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. The inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver information guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k tax and penalty-free, Go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. That's goldencrestmetals.com/guide. So setting the tone for markets today, sell-off in chip makers, and these tech jitters being revived, of course, ahead of the results from a handful of mega caps this week. Information technology, the home to the semiconductor stocks, that's among the worst performers among the major industry groups in the S&P 500. Worst performing industry group, energy, as oil prices, they decline right now by 6 to 7%. Then you have meat processing companies gaining as the U.S. expected to allow Mexican cattle imports to resume. S&P 500 right now, 2 points higher, 74.14 on the index. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 241 points, and the Nasdaq Composite Index is down 23 points right now. Hollywood production way down. You should know this is the Celebrity Lone Stone.
Odyssey? Are you talking about Odyssey or something else?
No, it's Hollywood produced nearly 100 fewer TV shows in the first half of this year.
Yes, the golden age of TV is over.
So this is the fourth year in a row of declines. Output down almost 50% from 2022. This is from the data tracker Luminate. Cable has suffered the steepest drop with a 47% decline.
Everyone needs to show an ROI on their streaming operation.
Yeah, and the state of California has to get aggressive again on keeping that stuff in LA because every other state's stealing their business because of their tax
Canada.
situation. Yeah.
Other countries.
Yep.
New Jersey.
Jersey, baby. Netflix right in Monmouth County.
Yeah. If you go down 35 in Middletown, Route 35, the old food town there with the big evil clown.
Have you seen shows being filmed as you drive by?
They're filming it right there. So it's just like...
Is it like a modern day thing or is it an old time show?
No, the set is like a gas station. They built a gas station there.
Really?
In the giant parking lot. And I shouldn't tell this story, but they didn't like the backdrop, one of the neighbor's houses, the real houses on the street. So they went to the neighbor and they agreed to paint the guy's house for free.
Oh my God. And so the neighbor said, okay, done.
Yeah, why not? So, anyway, we checked you didn't hear from me.
Yeah.
The market's right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash, Scarlett and Paul.
I would say yes to
new
painting. Yeah.
Thank you. It's not like they can't afford
I was told by the owner of the property that these Hollywood people, as he put it, they spend money like it's going out of style.
Yep,
At least, for productions like that.
Absolutely. All right, very good there. John Tucker, it's Scarlett Field and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive market. We got a mixed screen out there. It's got some gains and some losses. Gene Goldman, he's the CIO of Cetera. He joins us from Santa Monica, California. Shutters on the beach, my home away from home out there. Gene, what's your call here on these markets? We're smack dab in the middle of earnings season right here. Are you willing to take risk and continue to be long in this market? How are you thinking about it?
Sure, Paul, Scott, thanks for having me back on your show. So listen, volatility is back. I mean, today is a great example of this big surge in the market, the pullback. We have a very fragile market. So volatility is back. But what I think is that this time it has legitimate reasons. I mean, you saw the VIX. The VIX late March was, around 30. It's come down dramatically. But the conditions that drove the VIX higher have not been resolved. First of all, we have a fragile piece in the Middle East. You see what's going on in the last couple of days. History suggests that this pause we have, this 3-day pause, is going to be short-lived. Second of all, we have valuations and concentration really leaving no margin for error. High valuations, especially in a stretched market, it's pretty dangerous. And you think about this, the equity risk premium in the S&P 500 is negative. It's negative. You're not being paid to take risk above treasury yields. And third of all, the consumer is starting to break a bit. It's cracking beneath the surface. You look overall, the consumer data looks great, but if you segment it down into consumer by income, it's breaking up pretty fast, pretty quickly. So we expect volatility to pick up. We expect a pullback, maybe a correction. But again, it's a normal part of investing. And as we've said to you many times, a pullback, we are big dip buyers. I mean, there's so many reasons to be jumping in, taking advantage of any dip right now. Strong earnings, and, good news out there.
All right, I'm looking at yields right now, and they are lower, but this is largely as we see oil prices come down. I mean, our U.S. Treasuries held hostage to oil once again. I thought that was only above a certain level.
It definitely is. And I do think oil, if oil pulls back a bit, you'll see yields continue to come down a bit. But I think more importantly, it's just the Fed meeting, because the Fed is turning more hawkish. And you look at the 210 spread, the 210 spread has flattened dramatically. And that's the market saying, okay, we know the Fed is going to have to raise rates, probably not this week, probably in September, but this puts less inflation pressure on longer term yields. So we are feeling that yields are pretty attractive at these levels. You're being paid to buy treasuries, and we do think yields will come down a bit to take advantage.
So the only real technical analysis I know is I just type in the S&P 500 index and then do RSI for relative strength. And typically it says, hey, this market's oversold if it's 30 or below. It's overbought if it's at a level of 70 or higher. We're at 45 roughly, kind of right smack in the middle here. That kind of tells me maybe we're not overbought. How do you think about that, Gene?
I'm not sure. I mean, we've always learned in investing 101, look at fundamentals, valuations, and technicals. I'm not a big fan of technicals, but I know the RSI rules. One thing we're looking at is more the fundamental technical data. Like you look, for example, the average stock out there has about 19 longs relative to 1 short. So everyone is extremely bullish right now. The good news from the underlying market perspective, market breadth has been widening. Something we tweeted today is that value has outperformed growth now for the past 5 years. It's caught up to growth. Healthier markets, small caps are doing better, mid caps are doing better. So one of the positive reasons we do feel that if there's a dip, take advantage of it, because it's a healthier market and there's a lot of cash on the sideline and the economy is fairly resilient.
So why is it then that when it comes to this week's Fed meeting, the pricing in markets is for 1 in 3 odd of a rate hike, excuse me?
That's a great point. I mean, I think if you look at the markets before the last payroll report, before the weaker CPI and PPI, there's a high probability of a July rate hike. And we've been saying July is not on the table because September comes after, Jackson Hole, and the Fed will have a new dot plot. Fed likes to make changes after Jackson Hole. We do think that this week, the tone will be very hawkish. Inflation's above expectations. We've seen a jump in energy prices, tariffs last week, but we don't think the Fed raises rates because 9 out of 19 are still divided. Of course, the war remains uncertain, and just the inflation readings have been pretty benign, and this gives the Fed more time to look at the data. We do expect some surprises, though. We do expect a couple hawkish voter dissents. We're looking squarely at Hammock and Logan. I mean, both of them have really voiced concerns about higher oil prices and higher inflation ramifications. So we think it's going to be a hawkish tone, but the Fed does not raise rates at this week's meeting.
What's the AI play from your perspective, Gene? It's kind of evolved over these last 3-4 years. How do you guys think about it?
Yeah, I think AI, first of all, AI, it's the future. It's like electricity back in the 1890s. It is just going to be huge. It's going to be ginormous. But the thing to think about with AI, though, just like any tech issue, any tech bubble, there's always this continuum. Stage 1, semiconductors do well. So you think about the tech bubble, saw the semiconductors do well at first back in the 90s. Then the infrastructure, like the Cisco systems, doing pretty well. And then the next step of the AI bubble are the applications. Same thing with what we see right now. We see the market transitioning from AI to the infrastructure and now the application. How are you going to use AI to improve your profit margins? How are you going to drive profit margins, earnings growth? And we think that's where you want to target, like healthcare companies, for example, using AI. I think AI being implemented is going to be where we want to be on a go-forward basis.
Gene, how do you fit in alternatives into your portfolio? You want to overweight the U.S. Equities, you want to underweight international, but I'm curious about where alternatives fit into equities versus fixed income.
Sure. We run about $20 billion of assets in multiple portfolios. We have some pure passive, pure active. Some of our portfolios are incorporating liquid alternatives into our portfolios. What we generally speak is about 15 to 20% of equity exposure is being allocated to liquid alts. So for example, today we're using a multi-manager. We're also using some infrastructure, some real estate as a way to have some investments that zig when the rest of the market is zagging. I think it's a good way to reduce volatility because historically speaking, markets have had a great return. If you look at the S&P, in the last 43 years, the market's been positive in 37 of the last 43 years. But in those years, the average intra-year loss is negative 14.2%. That's important. We want people to stick in the market. Yeah, there'll be some pullbacks, there'll be some corrections, but using alts as a way to mitigate some of the volatility to stay in for the longer game is what we want. That's why we use alternatives to mitigate that risk.
All right, Gene, thanks so much. Appreciate that. Gene Goldman, he's the CEO of Cetera. joining us on these markets here. We've got red and green on the screen. One of the big areas of the AI trade is just simply the infrastructure, building out this data center stuff, kind of get a sense of where we are today and where we're going to go going forward. We check in with Natalie Liman Di Brada. She is a senior associate U.S. Power for BNEF. Those are our folks that look at this energy transition on a global, holistic scale. She's joining us from London. Natalie, thanks so much for joining us here. Give us a sense of kind of where we are today in terms of this total installed data center capacity here in the U.S.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. So BNF's latest forecast is that data centers will reach 118 gigawatts by 2030. That's more than double the data centers installed in 2025. To put that 118 gigawatts into perspective, that's about 30% more than the peak demand of the entire state of Texas. And in 2030, we estimate that data centers will consume about 12% of annual electricity in the US, more than double the 5% that they consume in 2025.
Where in the U.S. are we seeing this demand pick up the most?
Yeah, so we're not seeing it equally distributed, but rather clustered in data center hubs and markets. So data center typically cluster in areas where there's already kind of infrastructure, labor, connectivity, so it's easier for developers to continue to build. So we see most of project pipeline in existing hubs like Texas, Georgia, Virginia, Ohio, as well as developers trying to enter new markets where there might be more available power and land like Louisiana.
So what I'm understanding, and I know next to nothing about this whole issue, is one of the gating issues, or maybe two of the gating issues, is one, power, two, access to water. Talk to us about how that fits into your analysis.
I would say the number one challenge right now is power. Developers are always talking about speed to power. So one way that they're trying to accelerate those timelines is bringing power on site to those sites. BNF has tracked about 124 gigawatts of on-site gas, but most of these projects haven't started construction. We've seen mainly gas turbines as being the avenue of trying to kind of skip the lengthy interconnection queues. Once they are connected, they'll likely sell back that electricity to the grid. But for now, trying to get those turbines on site as quick as possible.
All right, Natalie, thank you so much. We appreciate that. As always, Natalie Liman Di Brada. I did a better job that time. Senior associate for the U.S. Power business for BNEF. If you give me a couple times, I'll get it.
Oh, yeah.
Liman Di Brada.
That was a really good overview of what's happening with data center power demand. Of course, it's a different story if you ask people who live in the communities where the data centers are being proposed.
Yes.
A lot of pushback.
Tom King pointed out early on that these things don't really create a lot of jobs. I mean, it's a warehouse. It's not
for the guys who set them up, the electricians, right?
Yeah. But I mean, for the ongoing, it's not like they're going to bring, lots of jobs, long-term jobs to a community, which is usually one of the economic incentives.
You give up a big footprint for it, too.
Exactly right. So we'll keep an eye on that. S&P down 15 points. The Dow's up 140. NASDAQ down 115 points. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Faster, smarter, better. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The second suspected gunman in that mass shooting in Seattle is still on the loose. Police say one person's in custody, but a second person is believed to have been involved. When the two began firing at one another, 3 were killed, 4 wounded, including a 2-year-old boy. Evacuations underway for 300,000 people in Central Europe. They have fled their homes amid massive wildfires in Spain and France. ABC's Marcus Moore is not far from Madrid.
The region had a very wet winter and also a spring, so there's a lot of vegetation, dry vegetation now. And also Western Europe had its hottest June on record, a kind of perfect storm for these fires to start and then move rapidly across the terrain, and the temperatures are expected to rise again.
Mediators say they have achieved progress in ceasefire talks between the United States and Iran, part of what helped a lapse in the fighting. Done deal. The contract has been inked and the press release is out, making LeBron James officially a Philadelphia 76er. This is ABC News.
Today's AM radio is stale and repetitive. Stay with Bloomberg 92.9, your best source for news on the FM dial, and get breaking global news with context. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Trade your portfolio with the power of prediction market probabilities. With Interactive Brokers, trade prediction markets on election, climate, and economic outcomes, right alongside stocks, options, and bonds. Prediction market prices reflect probability, and correct predictions receive $1 per contract. Plus, earn interest on your position. Prediction contracts are not suitable for all investors. Visit ibkr.com/predictions.
The entertainment business is changing fast. At Bloomberg Screen Time, we'll bring together the executives, creators, investors, and entrepreneurs shaping what's next in Hollywood, music, sports, and gaming. We'll talk about the biggest stories in media, like the merger of Paramount and Warner Brothers, the booming live events business, and the potential impact of AI. I'm Lucas Shaw, and I'll be hosting Bloomberg Screen Time in Los Angeles September 30th and October 1st. Join us and request your invitation today at bloomberglive.com/screentime/radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Daybreak podcast, we discuss the pause in fighting between the U.S. and Iran with head of Bloomberg Middle East coverage, Stuart Livingston Wallace.
They have some sort of framework there in terms of this memorandum of understanding that they signed in June. And okay, fair enough, that fell apart pretty fast. But that is at least the basis of what the red lines for either side are. I mean, I think in terms of the priorities, particularly for the region itself, it is Hormuz. Yes, the nuclear file is very important, along with the proxies and the missile program and so on and so forth. But the short term, and particularly for the global economy, it's all about Hormuz and getting that oil out. And now you have this second front that's opened along the Red Sea, that, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which is rather like Hormuz, but the other side of the Arabian Peninsula. That is still an unresolved question. Although, again, there we've not seen any hostilities since Saturday. 48 hours is not a great deal of time to say it's all ended. We suspect it probably hasn't ended there either. But, again, the pressure is on, I think, to get some sort of resolution and get that oil and gas flowing again.
And they're still not seeing necessarily a free flow through the Strait of Hormuz despite this pause in fighting. There's still a bit of a backup there, some ships being turned around still.
Yeah, I think a great deal of nervousness about transiting through there because, again, so many ships had been attacked over the last, couple of weeks or so, and no sense that Iran's ability to continue attacking, if it wants to, has gone away. But now there's the additional complication of the other strait, as it were, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, and again that really constrains shippers' ability to navigate stuff. So if you want to get, for instance, oil out of the western bit of Saudi Arabia.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm John Zucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Major averages right now mixed to lower. NVIDIA, let me start there because it's one of the most active. It's down close to 5%. These circular investments, again, getting a lot of attention. NVIDIA's working on AI deals worth more than $750 billion, including a partnership with SK Hynix's parent to do more than $500 billion in business. And then you have the semiconductors. They're under pressure today. SanDisk, Coherent, Advanced Micro Devices, all the laggards in the S&P 500. The SOX index down right now 4.9%. And this is going to be the busiest week of the earnings season so far. We'll hear from the big tech companies, including Amazon, Meta Platforms, of Microsoft, and Apple. Seema Shah at Principal Global Investors says, you know what, as important as tech is to the earnings story, there are other opportunities.
Look, they're delivering. They've got the strong earnings, but the market wants more than that. They want to see that the cash flow is not turning negative. They want to see return on investment, and that's really the main thing now. And so as a result, the mood is souring a little bit. It doesn't mean that the AI capex trade, the whole theme is finished.
Right now, the S&P 500, 20 points lower, 73.92 on the index. The Dow's up 96 points at 52,042. The NASDAQ Composite Index is down 127 points, and that is down 0.5%. Again, oil is lower, Brent down 7%, WTI down over 6% at 83.35. We have this obsession with protein, and meat's so expensive. Beef, that is. Why not do pork? Apparently pork has some sort of problem. Pork consumption hovering near a record low. And the problem apparently isn't price, it's perception. A lot of Americans think pork is dry and tough. So the industry, get ready for all these commercials, is trying to change that. They're rolling out pre-marinated cuts and ground pork products to make the other white meat easier to prepare.
They don't eat Chinese food then, because Chinese food is all about pork.
Yeah, but they, slather it with all this other stuff.
Stir fry it.
Yeah.
Bacon.
Flavor.
Bacon. That's like one of the
John Tucker is not a buyer of pork.
No, I love pork.
You do?
True. Yeah, no, I just...
Pork chops?
Pork chops, anything.
Bacon?
The shake and bake thing that Mom used to do. Nothing like that. But I confess, I put ketchup on my pork chops.
Oh.
So that helps. Anyway.
After Paul and I went,
Yeah, we check the markets all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Gourmet John.
Yep. Gourmet John. All right. Thank you so much, John Tucker, for that Bloomberg Business Flash. Earlier this hour, we got some headlines out from the president saying that the U.S. paused its strikes on Iran to give talks a chance. He also, of course, did say that either the talks go fast or not at all. There's not much time for diplomacy. So as much as he said that he's giving talks a chance, he hedged it with the possibility that that could all change. And so what it means is that everything's kind of in flux. Everyone's just waiting and seeing what's going to happen. For now, though, the fact that there have not been any attacks for 3 straight nights has meant that oil prices have fallen. Let's bring in our next guest now. She is Emily Harding, and she is Vice President of the Defense and Security Department at the CSIS, joining us right now via Zoom. Emily, you heard what the president said. We know this 3 straight days of a pause in activity between the U.S. and Iran. How are you interpreting what's happening? What is the president not saying that we understand to be kind of the driver for all of this?
Yeah, so there's probably several things going on. First of all, we are running a little bit low on munitions, including the munitions that you need to defend U.S. presence in the region against Iranian attacks. Every time you shoot off a Patriot missile, that's a lot of money that you're spending on that missile, but they're very effective. So what you really don't want is to leave those positions exposed to Iranian attacks. A little bit of a pause will give us time perhaps to rebuild our stocks, to move more material into the region if we need it. Another thing that's going on is this on and off again negotiation with the Iranians and with the Omanis. I mean, it makes total sense that you would position yourself using military force and then come back to the negotiating table and say, okay, let's talk. Are we now ready to make concessions? The Iranians are really, really difficult negotiating partners. And so the more that the Trump administration can kind of signal to the Iranians that we're willing to keep fighting and they have to make concessions, the better off that we'll probably be in a long negotiation.
So, Emily, I guess one of the concerns for a lot of folks is we kind of went into this war looking to get a regime change. There's different parties, but it doesn't seem to be any regime change. The theocracy is still there. We're looking to get the enriched uranium so they can't build a bomb. That doesn't appear to have been achieved. What do you think the president's prepared to negotiate on at this point?
So his original goals that he laid out, I think, made a lot of sense militarily. There was a discussion for a little while about regime change, but then he sort of backed off on that because regime change is not the kind of goal that you can fulfill with military force. Instead, he was talking about the Navy and the nukes and then going after some of their capabilities in the Strait. And those we've pretty much accomplished. Sunk the Iranian Navy overall. We bombed their nuclear program. It's very hard for them to restart that program, although there's a caveat there and we are going to keep an eye on it. And then, as you point out, some of the upper levels of Iranian leadership have in fact been killed or removed. So now we're dealing with sort of 2 steps down. Now, what I don't think the administration accounted for were a couple things. Number one, that second and third level Iranian leadership would be just as committed to the survival of the regime as the first level leadership was. There was never going to be a Venezuela solution for Iran. The other thing is that, yes, a lot of the nuclear material is buried under big piles of rubble now because we bombed those mountains, but there's not an easy way to go in and get it and ensure they can't reuse it elsewhere. We're also looking at new facilities like Pickaxe Mountain as a source of some concern. It's entirely possible they're trying to build up some of their nuclear program there. So what do we negotiate over? That. We negotiate about how they're going to go forward with any kind of enrichment. We would prefer they don't. We definitely want them to pledge again that they're never going to pursue the actual weaponization of that material. And then, of course, there's the Strait. We have, in fact, destroyed most of their Navy, but they continue to harass shipping trying to make their way through the Strait, and that has to stop.
Emily, do you think the odds of American boots on the ground have increased, decreased, not changed at all since the start of this conflict?
I would say decreased, but they were never very high. I mean, this administration very much wanted to avoid a boots on the ground conflict in the Middle East. I think they went into this thinking that they'd be able to accomplish all their goals from the air. I think if they had been listening to some of the experts, then maybe they would have been a little less sanguine about that as a possibility. But now I think they're realizing that they need to calibrate their expectations based on what they're really willing to commit to this fight. And I haven't seen much indication they're willing to commit boots on the ground. Now, you never want to rule it out. If you're the American president, you want to make clear to your opponent that we could defeat you with overwhelming military force if we chose to do it. And there's always that option. But I don't think there's really much of an appetite for that, especially not before the midterms in November.
That's kind of where I wanted to go, Emily. There is presumably a political cost for President Trump with this war, which how do you think he factors that into his decision making?
So it's an interesting question, and I wouldn't try to speculate on what's in the president's head. He does seem at times to really respond to some political pressures. He certainly seems to respond to economic pressures. I'm sure he's going to be very happy to see that oil prices are down today. But I think there have to be people whispering in his ear that if they lose the House and they lose the Senate in the fall, then the rest of his agenda, the last 2 years of his term, it's going to be much harder to execute on that if they have an unfriendly set of Democrats running the Hill. So they have to think a little bit about any Republican who's running for office being tied to the perceptions of the Iran war, and certainly being tied to perceptions of high gas prices being a problem. So, I mean, it's a balancing act, right? You want to walk into that election saying, look how strong we are as America, look that we're winning this war. But at the same time, you don't want high gas prices. You don't want the kinds of pocketbook issues that are really going to affect the average American. And he does need that support on the Hill if he's going to get things done.
And I guess that begs just the final question here. What, if anything, would incentivize this president to really sit down and force a deal, any deal?
So it seems that he really does want a deal, that he absolutely wants to sit down with the Iranians and come to an agreement. But the Iranians are very difficult to negotiate with. They're sort of infamous for coming to the table and then right when you think you've got a deal, sort of squeezing an extra little bit of value out of the negotiation, making extra demands or saying, oh, we didn't ever agree to that. We're going to do this differently. So really the challenge here isn't so much what Trump wants. It's what the Iranians are going to be willing to agree to and then stick to.
Very good. All right, Emily, thank you so much for that. We really appreciate it. Emily Harding, Vice President of the Defense and Security Department at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, giving us an update coming out of Iran. Right now, we want to turn to our exclusive conversation with NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang. He spoke with Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow discussing a new accord with the SK Group to build new data centers on the Korean Peninsula and the future of the semiconductor and AI spaces. Let's take a listen.
This is the golden ages for Korea, as you know. Their semiconductor business is booming. Their industrial business is booming. You know, this is a country that has the ability to help the world build out the AI infrastructure, that they're incredibly adept at adopting new technologies, and is a really technologically forward-leaning society, and they love using AI. AI has really diffused throughout their society and their industry, and so this is a great time for them. We're announcing several things. We announced a big partnership with SK Group, where our companies are going to enter into a business partnership where we do over $500 billion of business with each other, whether it's consumption of and purchasing of memories or selling AI supercomputers to them as they scale out 2 gigawatts of AI factories. There's a whole bunch of other announcements. We're investing $1 billion in Naver to help. They're the Korea's leading AI cloud. They're going to scale up in Korea up to they're going to scale up 200 megawatts, I think it is, and they're going to expand across the world. And so we have a whole bunch of announcements that we're making today.
With the expanded SK relationship, there's also sort of more direct involvement with NVIDIA on the roadmap for HBM, future generations of HBM. Talk about that. You know, I remember you being on stage earlier this year saying 5 years ago we told our supply chain what was going to happen, and it did happen, and you gave some credit to the memory makers in going with you on that journey. But clearly you want to be involved in the direction of travel for future generations of HBM.
Yeah, we're working together on, of course, we started with HBM2, worked on HBM3, 3E, 4, 4E, and then beyond. And so we've got a whole roadmap of memories that we're working on together. It is also the case that the semiconductor industry has really changed. And the reason for that, because we used to build computers for people to use, and we're going to still continue to build incredible computers. These are now processing AIs for humans to collaborate with. But in the future, we also have AI agents and robots, and they're going to be using computers. So instead of just 1 billion people using computers, we're going to have 100 billion agents and billions of robots all using computers. The computer industry, the chip that's built on top of the chip industry, surely is not big enough. And so this is one of the realizations of the semiconductor industry, that now computers are built not just for people to use, but computers are being built for computers to use. My guess is that the semiconductor industry is probably going to have to be 10 times larger than it is today over the next decade or so. And so working with our partners in Korea and around the world to scale up the supply chain of semiconductors so that we're prepared for this AI future is really important.
All right, that was NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang speaking with Bloomberg Technologies. Ed Ludlow, some big numbers as usual when you talk to Mr. Huang and AI. Staying on tech, earnings season is upon us with many of the big tech companies reporting this week. I'm going to bring in Mandeep Singh. He's a global tech research head for Bloomberg Intelligence. All right, let's just go with Microsoft, Meta, and Amazon. I want to make sure I know what to look for or listen for on these calls. I want them to spend money because they're hyperscalers. But I also want them to show a return on that. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do. And look, we already have a reference from Alphabet last week. They reported 82% growth in their GCP cloud segment. So that's what I think Microsoft and Amazon are up against in their respective cloud segments. Meta, it's still ad-driven business. We just had the World Cup, so I expect them to do well in the quarter. But the bar is getting high for CapEx. So that's where it would be interesting who raises the CapEx and by what amount. I mean, Google raised their CapEx by 4% just for 2026 and said 2027 would be significantly higher. Wow. We don't, I mean, with Meta, I expect a 2027 guide as well, because they guide much longer term than Alphabet.
When are we going to get to the point that we want it to peak and start coming down?
Well, right now, if you listen to Jensen's interview, $750 billion of deals. So he wants these companies to keep spending, keep raising their CapEx, and he's willing to backstop especially the model providers like OpenAI or the Neo Clouds, because once you hit sort of a slowdown, then, the digestion phase will kick in, and that's not what these chip providers want. They want the growth to sustain so that the build out remains, and we are in a supply constrained environment where everything has a long lead time. They don't want things to pause. So from a chip provider perspective,
right. So he's talking his own book there.
He certainly is.
I want to listen to Microsoft, Amazon, Google. I want those guys driving the bus to say, this is how much we're going to invest because this is what we want to do with our products and services. And Jensen, you're in a great position because we're going to buy a lot of chips from you.
Yeah.
But it's almost like he's driving the bus a little bit in terms of the narrative out there.
Because of the long lead times. At the end of the day, these things take a while due to the long lead times. So even though Microsoft may want to slow down, they don't have a choice because of how supply constrained the environment is and how much longer these companies would have to wait to get that supply if they were to pause. NVIDIA is deciding right now who gets what allocation. And tomorrow, if one company decides to slow down, they may get deprioritized, and someone else may get more allocation.
So NVIDIA directly competes against who?
I mean, it competes against the Alphabet that makes its own TPUs.
Okay, Alphabet makes its own.
All these companies.
And AMD is another one.
AMD's. So all these.
I guess my question is,
yeah,
how much market, influence does NVIDIA have?
Just by the sheer market cap of the company, you can decide how much influence they have. They are still the largest market cap company out there, and they have that influence.
So if I'm Microsoft and I decide to scale back my CapEx to drive free cash flow because that's what my shareholders want, even if I'm Microsoft, I have to worry about upsetting NVIDIA?
Yes, because NVIDIA can allocate that chips that Microsoft was buying to someone else because of the fact that we are in a supply constrained environment where there's more demand than supply. So that supply can be allocated to other pockets of demand.
Ay, caramba. All right. So when are we going to get to the point where we got enough chips?
When there is more capacity. And
When's
right
that
now,
gonna be?
well, that's where the lead times kick in. So all these companies that have been investing in their own capacity, TSMC, Micron, they are saying it takes 2 years to get a fab up and running. I'm allocating all this capex, but I won't have any additional capacity at least for the next 2 years. So what do you do if you are a customer that's buying those chips? You want to place your orders now.
Okay. 30 seconds left. Is there a reasonable scenario out there that this ends very poorly for the tech industry?
If the ROI is low in terms of monetizing these models and suddenly everything gets commoditized by the open rate models that OpenAI and Anthropic lose their ARR momentum, then this ends very badly.
Wow. When will we get a sense of that?
Well, right now, OpenAI and Anthropic have already exceeded $100 billion in revenue ARR just this year.
Yep.
That's the kind of growth we are talking about. So if there's a cliff, that will be due to the open source commoditization, and we're not there yet.
All right. I guess that's what I learned a little bit more today, so I'm getting there slowly but surely. I think I'm like most people out there. We're just drinking from a fire hose. Mandeep Singh, Total Global Tech Research Head. You know what's going on out there. That's why we appreciate getting some of your time, Bloomberg Intelligence. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Golden Crest Metals. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up in just a moment, with the S&P down 13 points, the Dow up 83, and the NASDAQ down 104 points. It's been a wild morning here to the swings in the marketplace. WTI crude oil down $6, $83 and change. That's more like it. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. Programming paid for by Bloomberg. Now, an update from our partners at ABC News.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In Seattle, police are investigating Sunday's shooting that killed 3 people and injured 4 others. Authorities say one suspect is in custody, and they're searching for a second suspect. Police say it started as a shootout between the 2 suspects. Here's ABC's Alex Stone on scene.
First responders rushing to the festival, attempting to revive 2 of the people who were shot, but both of those victims ultimately declared dead on scene. 4 other people, including a 2-year-old, were transported by firefighters to a local hospital after sustaining injuries. One of them later died. One suspect has been taken into custody. Police say another suspect is still on the loose.
In Germany, a 21-year-old suspect in the vehicle and machete attack at Tiergarten Park in Berlin is dead. Police say he was shot and killed during a confrontation following a manhunt. And they know that he was arrested in Lebanon last year for trying to join Islamic State. That, according to prosecutors in Germany. Certainly, the person has a history of criminal activity and association with extreme groups, they say. After 2 weeks of airstrikes between the U.S. and Iran, a pause in hostilities. ABC's Rachel Scott has more.
Sources tell me today that President Trump is now holding off on a major escalation against Iran to give way for diplomacy to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. I'm told the president was prepared to launch a series of strikes on Friday, but decided to hold off. Sources also say officials discussed the impact a major attack could have on the U.S.'s depleting stock of air defense interceptors.
Funeral services for the late Senator Lindsey Graham begin tomorrow and will take place over 2 days in Washington, D.C. and his home state of South Carolina. Israel's prime minister and Ukraine's president will attend and will also hold separate meetings with President Trump. Dry, hot conditions continue to fuel wildfires in parts of Spain and France. Hundreds of thousands of people under evacuation orders. You're listening to ABC News.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
The high-pressure system that brought us the fair weather over the weekend remains in control, but it will be shifting off to the east. That's going to allow a storm system to work its way towards the region, one that may actually bring us some moderate to heavy rainfall during the day on Wednesday. We'll be keeping an eye on that as we get closer to the middle part of the work week. For the rest of today, though, it looks like abundant sunshine. Temperatures anywhere from 80 to 85. Tonight, we're clear to partly cloudy. Overnight lows are 60 to 65 in Boston. It'll drop back down into the 50s in the suburbs. Tomorrow, morning sun, followed by afternoon clouds and the chance for some showers and thunderstorms. Highs tomorrow, 80 to 85. Scattered showers and thunderstorms are possible tomorrow night. Lows are 60 to 65. Showers, thunderstorms, a possibility Wednesday. Again, there could be heavy downpours. Wednesday's highs near 75. I'm Rob Carolyn, and that's your Bloomberg 3-day forecast. Now back to the latest headlines from ABC News.
OpenAI Chief Executive Sam Altman heads to the White House this week to seek approval for the company's most powerful model of AI yet. The meeting happening on the heels of a high-profile safety incident. Here's ABC's Sophie Flay.
The system, capable of solving an 80-year-old math problem, could also take on complex tasks for businesses and the government. But that same ability to act more independently is also raising safety concerns after OpenAI's system was able to hack into another AI platform called Hugging Face during a security test. Hugging Face's CEO calls the hack unprecedented.
The White House has created a voluntary process for AI companies to submit new models for safety reviews. The Agriculture Department lifts its ban on importing beef from Mexico.
11 months ago, with the parasitic New World screwworm creeping toward Texas, Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins suspended imports of cattle from Mexico, saying at the time,
"Do we expect beef prices to continue to rise? Perhaps."
Despite the ban, the first screwworm was detected in the U.S. in June. But with beef prices at an all-time high, Rollins has lifted the ban on imports of Mexican cattle, starting with the port of entry in Douglas, Arizona, next month. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
An investigation underway after more than a dozen campers at YMCA in New Jersey got sick at summer camp after allegedly consuming mushroom-laced edibles. They're in stable condition. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
And with 99 days to the election, the president left for Michigan. Welcome to the Monday edition. As President Trump tries again to seize the issue of affordability, speaking to GM workers later today, just as oil prices begin falling with a pause in the war with Iran. We'll have analysis from our political panel. Jeannie Shanzano and Greta joins, and we'll get an update on the conflict and what the president is referring to deep talks now underway with Bloomberg's Dan Williams in town from Jerusalem as Benjamin Netanyahu arrives in the U.S. tonight. The Senate has a feed bag of legislation strapped on for this week. Only a couple days to go, as we'll discuss with Zach Cohen at Bloomberg Government. And we start, as always, on Wall Street. We turn to our friend Charlie Pellet. He's atop the tower at World Headquarters in New York. What's happening to our gains here, Charlie?
Unbelievable. We came in this morning. We saw stocks rip higher. Oil prices selling off. So let's begin with what's going on with crude. Indeed, a major drop right now for West Texas Intermediate crude. We're at 83.26 a barrel, down 6.8%. Barrel of Brent down now by $7 a barrel to 89.66. So Brent back below 90. Brent down by 7.4%. But bottom line, we remain focused on those chip names. Semiconductors moving lower. The SOX, the Philadelphia Semiconductor Stock Index, down now by 3.6%. Bottom line, S&P giving up earlier gains, slumping now by 7 to 74.04. Right now, the S&P is lower. Little change, down about 0.1%. The Dow is holding on to gains. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 116, up by about 0.2%. And NASDAQ lower by 0.3%. The NASDAQ 100 index down 0.6. To be sure, not all stocks lower. Small caps up by 0.2%. The 2-year 4.31% with the 10-year 4.64%. Fed week, we've got the 30-year 5.13%. Gold up 0.6%, 4,078 the ounce. I mentioned the retreat for crude oil. Kelly Kovley is senior investment analyst at Manning & Napier Advisors, and she says yes, while oil is coming down, there is still plenty of work to be done.
Even in the best case scenario where you have a diplomatic off-ramp, which again at this point is a little bit unlikely or seems far away, you can't get things back online that quickly. It takes time to reopen pipelines and refineries and rebuild damaged infrastructure.
Kelly Kovley of Manning & Napier Advisors interviewed on Bloomberg Open Interest. And again, West Texas Intermediate crude, 83.27 a barrel, down 6.7%. Barrel of Brent, 89.65, down by 7.3%. Singer-songwriter Carly Simon has been diagnosed with Parkinson's. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 9, down 0.1%. That, Joe Matthew, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I didn't hear that, Charlie. That's awful.
It's sad. Sad. I mean, we all grew up with Carly Simon.
Yeah, absolutely. And the impact of Parkinson's is heavy duty, and I feel for their family. Charlie Pellet will be back with more breaking news, more on the markets here. We'll see if this thing falls apart in probably about 15 minutes time. We'll check back in with Charlie periodically throughout the program, as we do every day on Balance of Power. Welcome to the Monday edition here on Bloomberg Radio. We're streaming live on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. Unless you got the satellite radio in the car, we're Sirius XM channel 121. I bet Charlie's been to the Milford Proving Ground. That's where Donald Trump is headed today. President of the United States just touched down in Michigan a little while ago. As he prepares to address workers at GM, they're not going to a plant this time. They're going to a testing facility. And I can't wait to see the optics that come out of this. This is between GM's main hubs in Flint, Detroit, Lansing, and Pontiac. Milford is the oldest dedicated vehicle testing facility in the world, I read. 150 miles of track. And the president is going to be there for a drag race. This guy's getting a show. I mean, wherever he goes, there's IndyCar in the driveway. Here at the White House today, it's going to be a drag race. Fast and furious, baby. And you know who's along for the ride? Tyler is with him. Tyler Kendall. Yeah, she's on Air Force One today. So we'll keep tabs on the trip. He's going to speak a little bit later on around Bloomberg Business Week time, and we'll be curious to hear what he has to say, meeting with Mary Barra and others. Milford Proving Ground. Of course, Iran is what everyone's going to be asking him about, and the president's been busy posting over the weekend some pretty interesting memes and animation. Did you see the one where he's on an oil rig with all the troops behind him? I don't know what that does to deep talks, as he suggests, that are underway right now, but we do have a pause. That's why oil prices are sharply lower. If you didn't hear Charlie, we're down 7% on WTI and Brent. 83 and 89. That's a different world than we were in on Friday. That same day, the president spoke to the White House Correspondents Association. Did you stay up for it? Tim was there live for the whole thing. This is like the longest dinner of anyone's lives. As the president spoke for over an hour and didn't have the nicest things to say to the people in the room. Some of it was funny, although as I read in the headlines, some of it bombed. And he did talk about the war with Iran. Listen.
So we've hit Iran very hard. They're Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. 250 jets, no longer. 159 boats, good boats. In fact, I said, why the hell didn't we keep them? We could have used them. But 159, but all at the bottom of the sea. They are talking to us right now. They'd love to make a deal. I don't think they're ready to. I don't think it's time yet, but I'm willing to listen.
Yet the pause continues, reporting from Axios that it was Admiral Brad Cooper, the top U.S. military commander in the Middle East, recommended stopping the bombing campaign around the Strait because it had reached the limit of effectiveness. What does that tell us about our options right now? I'm glad to say that we have a great correspondent, a great journalist, and a great thinker here with us today to get things started. It's somebody I'm normally speaking to from across the ocean on a Zoom connection for all of our benefit here, but he's in town because Benjamin Netanyahu's flying in tonight. He's going to be, you know this, right? He's going to Lindsey Graham's funeral tomorrow, and he's been looking for a meeting with President Trump for months. Looks like he'll get one. And the great Dan Williams is with us, our Jerusalem correspondent here at Bloomberg News. Great to see you in person.
Great to be.
It's lovely to meet you literally seconds ago when you walked into the studio.
Likewise.
You know, whenever President Trump gets together with Benjamin Netanyahu, he usually gets a bit of a head of steam going about what's happening in Iran. He's also going to be walking out of the funeral for Lindsey Graham, who was the biggest war hawk we had when it came to Iran. You wonder how the psychology might change this week.
As I understand, they will meet in private, potentially away from the eye of the media, before those remembrances for Senator Graham.
I see.
This is their 8th meeting during this presidential term. Apparently, that's a record for this president,
Wow.
a president who really is a retail politician, likes meeting people. Netanyahu has set that record. Significantly, it's their first meeting since they went to war together against Iran on February 28th. And those waters have not been entirely calm. Obviously, a war being run out of two capitals, either side of the ocean, as you noted, in the far side of the world. There has been some disagreement, open feuding between them in recent weeks about the course of the war, the second front of the war in Lebanon. Now there's the pause in the latest flare-up, which Israel did not take part in.
Yeah.
The big question is this the eye of the storm or is this the end of the storm? What Israel's opinion is about the chances of diplomacy to succeed and whether the Israelis are truly poised to jump back into the war if asked to by the United States.
I love the way you asked that, because if it's the eye of the storm, we were just talking last week about Karg Island again. And by the way, the president's putting Karg Island memes up on social media. So is the White House account. We were talking about Pickaxe Mountain and asking whether whether Israel would take part in that as they did in Midnight Hammer. Does Benjamin Netanyahu hope it's the eye of the storm?
I think so. I think he would like something conclusive here. He's hoping to see, in the absence of military action, a capitulation by the Iranians, at least on the core issue, which is their nuclear program, their remaining stockpiles of enriched uranium, any centrifuges they may have managed to secrete away in a place like Pickaxe Mountain, given recent reports. In the absence of that kind of capitulation, very dramatic for the Iranians, they don't appear anywhere close to being about to do that. I imagine he would counsel a return to war, or, as you noted, perhaps some very ambitious and very risky ground operations.
Yeah, because you wonder what would be a clearing event here. What would be conclusive, I think was the word that you used, which is perfect for this instance. If he's hearing from Admiral Cooper that continued bombardment of the Strait has reached the point of diminishing returns.
Yes.
What does work?
Well, there's an extended target bank. There's also a question, as you noted, about interceptors when we spoke earlier. Can the U.S. really put up a defense if the Iranians fire off the extent, their full array of remaining missiles, drones, and the like? There's been some question about that.
Where would they fire them? At our ships? At Israel?
Exactly.
At Saudi Arabia?
U.S.-aligned Arab powers, which have certainly been suffering
So it's a
recently.
regional...
For now, Israel has actually been outside the range deliberately by Iran of those attacks. The Iranians are very careful not to have drawn the Israelis in.
How about that?
Israel, it's my expectation the Israelis are braced to return to war. It's a cost the Israelis are willing to pay if that's what's required to achieve a conclusion here. The question is, can a conclusion be realistically achieved? Tomorrow, not coincidentally, will be 5 months exactly since this war began. The leaders will be meeting at the 5-month mark. I can't say for sure, but I'm fairly certain neither them expected to be here 5 months on. I think there was some expectation this war would be tidily managed within 2 months, with an uprising, an organic uprising within Iran, taking the place of outside military interference to bring down the regime. The regime is battered, but it appears to be standing strong and defiant. And indeed, it's sending out signals against Trump, which can only be irritating someone who's very sensitive to public affronts such as that.
It's interesting how no one is talking about a public uprising anymore, at least with any credibility. What we do have over the weekend is an assault on Saudi Arabia by Houthi rebels in Yemen. How concerned are you about this new front? How could it change the contours of what happens with Iran?
The Houthis have clout not just in terms of the weapons that they haven't fully used and now are appearing to use. They also have clout in terms of closing down the Bab el-Mandab Strait. Now, we know about Iran and the Strait of Hormuz.
Yes.
Bab el-Mandab is perhaps even more important for world maritime traffic because simply something to the order of 20% of cargo shipped around the world goes through that strait.
Amazing.
Exactly. In Hormuz, it's really for energy cargo, energy exports, very important. Here is the full range of energy exports, shippers that want to avoid that risk, and here it would include Israeli shippers as well. Israel is not directly relevant to Hormuz, nor Hormuz to Israel. Perhaps this has allowed the Israelis to stay out of the recent flare-up. When it comes to Bab el-Mandab, basically any shippers who want to avoid that risk of piracy, of being fired upon, would have to circumnavigate Africa, the African continent. That adds 3 weeks onto a standard travel. We saw it to a degree during COVID, ramps up prices, really slows down world markets. That is something that I imagine would be seen as a casus belli by parties that may not have enjoyed perceiving this as a war so far.
Incredible. Just in our remaining moment, to what extent will this visit this week give Netanyahu credibility at home?
Much depends on the photo op. For now, it appears they're not planning to take press into the Oval Office. I wouldn't be surprised if that's changed at the last minute. However, keep in mind that despite their friendship, despite their very good working relationship until recently, Trump is not above joshing even his friends. And should he choose to voice some of the criticism he's been voicing in media interviews, in chats over the phone spontaneously to select journalists, to Netanyahu, to his face, live before the cameras as Israelis are watching back home, it may backfire. I'm also not sure if it's enough to take Netanyahu over the line given his domestic problems ahead of that election.
So there's some risk here. Yes. This is going to be fascinating to watch. We're lucky that you're here for it. Dan Williams, great to see you, Dan. He's a force with us in town here in D.C. from Jerusalem, reporting for Bloomberg. I'm Joe Matthew. Great to have you along. The Monday edition. This is Bloomberg. Subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast. If you want to get back to our conversation with Dan Williams, go to Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts to subscribe. And listen anytime at our website. It's Bloomberg.com.
Wednesday, the Fed decides.
This committee will deliver price stability.
Economists expect no change in rates. But will there be dissents? And what will Fed Chair Warsh say this time?
The bias is still to not hike rates if they can.
Full coverage on a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance.
Is forward guidance just done?
The Fed rate decision and Warsh press conference.
This is a changed Federal Reserve, a switch in mentality.
Wednesday, starting at 1:30 on Bloomberg 92.9, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app.
With the Bloomberg Small Business Report, I'm John Tucker. Top Democratic lawmakers want to stop the federal government from blocking immigrants' access to small business loans. Senator Edward Markey and Representative Nydia Velázquez, both ranking members of the small business committees in their chambers, have introduced a Congressional Review Act resolution to rescind a Trump administration policy that bans green card holders from getting Small Business Administration loans. The policy, announced earlier this year, sparked pushback from lawmakers and advocacy groups. Markey didn't mince any words. In a statement, he says, once again, Donald Trump is shutting hardworking immigrants out of the American dream with his discriminatory and dangerous policies, fear tactics, and violent rhetoric. Markey previously introduced legislation with Velázquez to roll back the administration's lending restrictions. Now they're turning to the Congressional Review Act, which can be used to overturn federal agency rules with resolutions eligible for fast-track procedures. That's the Bloomberg Small Business Report.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure is going to lead to sunshine continuing this afternoon. It's 80 to 85. We're clear to partly cloudy, 60 to 65 tonight in Boston. Morning sun, afternoon cloud, showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, 80 to 85. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow night, lows 60 to 65. Showers, thunderstorms, and breezy Wednesday, a high of 75. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
The news doesn't stop on the weekends, and now neither do we. This is Christina Raffini. Join us on Bloomberg this weekend. Watch and listen to our new show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Oil sells off. Stocks are lower. In fact, right now we are just about the lows of the day with the S&P below 7,400 right now, 73.98. It is down 0.2%. Stocks are falling. We got a rout in chip makers. The Dow, yes, higher, holding on to gains up by 115 points, up 0.2%. Likewise for the Russell 2000 index, up by 0.3%. But techs are selling off. NASDAQ 100 down 0.8%. NASDAQ Composite down 0.5%. 2-year yield 4.30%. Fed decision Wednesday. The 10-year 4.64%, and the 30-year currently yielding 5.13%. Spot gold $4,081 the ounce. The precious metal up 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude, major story there, now down 6.3% at $83.65 a barrel on WTI. Barrel of Brent just around $90, down now by almost 7%. So again, the Dow higher, the S&P, NASDAQ, they are both declining. The NASDAQ and NASDAQ 100 index declining. S&P down 0.2%. This week we'll be hearing from 4 of the Mag 7 names. Easy to remember. We got the M's on Wednesday. That'll be Microsoft and Meta Platforms. The A's on Thursday. That'll be Apple and Amazon. And right now we do have those stocks trading lower. Amazon shares down by 0.4%. Apple, though, higher by 1.4%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And that, Joe Matthew, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. We're suddenly feeling an allergy to AI again around here. So wait 5 minutes. We'll see what happens. In fact, Charlie will be back in about 20 minutes, the voice of Wall Street. And as I remind you, the New York subway. I'll tell you what, we were talking about we talk every day about the data center issue. And it was Byron Donalds who was here last week talking about his bill to essentially create a closed circuit around data centers, get them off the grid, get their own water supply to keep people's bills from going up. You know, it's all about affordability around here. Maybe they should be taking a cue from GM, where the president's going to be today. He's flying to Michigan, as I told you, and he's going to the Milford Proving Ground to watch a drag race. They're putting a drag race on for him. Is Kid Rock going to be there? I wouldn't be surprised if he showed up. There's like 150 miles of track there. That's where they do all the testing. This is where the first vehicle rollover tests were conducted in the 1930s. Been there a long time. It's super cool. It has its own electrical substation. Listen to this, data centers, guys. Its own electrical substation, its own wastewater treatment facility, on-site fire and EMS staff, as well as on-site medical operating 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. NVIDIA, are we listening? They do more than that, by the way. There's like really cool stuff that goes, it's like Area 51 for cars. Engineers at Milford, this is GM's information, can simulate extreme environmental conditions, including temperatures ranging, from 40 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit to 130 degrees Fahrenheit. Altitudes from 700 feet below to 12,500 feet above sea level. Humidity from 10% to 90%. Wind speeds from 0 to 100 miles an hour. What the heck is the president in for here? He's gaggling right now on Air Force One. I told you he was touching down. He was taking off. He's talking right now to the reporters and says he wants to meet. Iran wants to meet, and we are meeting. Iran requested a meeting through surrogates. We'll see if that happens as we experience the pause that refreshes. One of the other big stories we're following today is the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, if I can put it that way. Of course, Congress. House is gone. By the way, I should let you know, we're going to be talking with Hakeem Jeffries coming up at the top of the next hour, the Democratic leader of the House, with 99 days to go. Joining us here to talk affordability, exactly what the president wants to talk about today. And they've got a lot to do here. It's a full plate because everything the House just got done last week that we were talking about is now on its way to the Senate. And you know, John Thune wants to do things differently. You can hang on to your supplemental and your reconciliation. He says we need to fund the government first, and that's why he's going to be, it seems, pursuing a continuing resolution before we ever get to the other stuff. The question is how long the Pentagon will need to wait. We've got a lot of stuff to hash out here with Zach Cohen, the senior budget reporter at Bloomberg Government, steeped in all things Capitol Hill. Zach, I hope your summer's going well. It's great to have you back. There's such a grab bag here. It's a feed bag, as I said earlier, that I guess we'll start with the big stuff and government funding. John Thune doesn't see eye to eye on sequencing, on the schedule, or it seems just about anything else with Speaker Johnson right now. Will the Senate figure out how to advance this continuing resolution to keep the lights lit beyond the end of September?
I mean, that's the multi-billion-dollar question. Before the House went on its August recess, it did pass two measures that are now before the Senate. One is this stopgap bill that you're talking about. It's basically flat funding for the government from October 1st to December 4th. Remember, that October 1st deadline is usually the deadline by which lawmakers have to pass some sort of funding bill or there's a government shutdown. Lawmakers, and especially Republicans, are interested in trying to get that done early, so that way they take some of the pressure off in September before the midterm elections and avoid any even threat of a shutdown during midterm elections where the defending majorities in both the House and the Senate. Now, the Senate has that bill and says, well, we're going to need to make some tweaks to it. The White House sent over a couple of requests. We're looking at those, some changes on the margins to what we would otherwise be flat funding for the rest of the current or for the first part of the fiscal year. And then you have this budget resolution, basically a framework or a blueprint for a Republican-only bill. That would tackle some of the things that this White House wants in terms of supercharging funding for the military to make up some of the costs from the war with Iran, aids for farmers who have been struggling with rising gas prices and fertilizer prices as sort of inflation becomes the issue for voters in the midterms, as well as some funding for states to try to implement some of the stuff that's in the president's treasured Save America Act, which would require certain voter ID and citizenship verification requirements in order to go to the polls. All these things are on the docket for the next 2 weeks, the CR being the primary goal for, as you mentioned, Senate Majority Leader John Thune.
You know, Zach, I thought you had one of those cool Bloomberg virtual backdrops while you were talking, and then somebody walked right up behind you and threw something out. That was amazing. Let them all know they're on TV. All right, let's pick through these now. Can any of this get done? Will the CR be done before the Senate leaves town? Is that the hope? And then they come back around following recess to deal with reconciliation?
That seems the most likely scenario. Now, that with that caveat being, the CR will need bipartisan support. In the Senate, it's subject to a 60-vote threshold, that famous filibuster that Trump, even as of today, was demanding that Republicans get rid of in order to pass some of these bills. That seems like an unlikely scenario, but that's the reality that Thune is dealing with here. And so you've got Senator Susan Collins, the chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee, and Patty Murray, who's the vice chair, the top Democrat, are negotiating some sort of bipartisan stopgap that would avoid a shutdown. Neither party wants this at this point. Neither party wants to be blamed for a shutdown going into the midterms, where they both have a really possible chance of holding on, of winning the House or even the Senate. And so that's the negotiation going on right now. And actually, the rhetoric has already shifted on the CR compared to some of the other funding bills that have been working their way very slowly through the Senate, whereas Republicans have been blaming Democrats for stalling that. And Democrats saying, we need some checks on runaway defense spending before we agree to move any funding bills. The CR is, for all intents and purposes, have been a very bipartisan exercise so far. We'll see what text looks like in the next couple of days, maybe next week. But John Thune is holding the budget resolution in reserve because, as he was telling some of our colleagues last week, there aren't the votes to move the budget resolution. Democrats are to support it. You've got people like Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Mitch McConnell, Tom Tillis, who are, if not already on the record opposing this, certainly would vote against it if it came to the floor. And that's a math problem for people like President Trump who want to see that measure moving.
I picture John Thune. He's reading the paper this morning and spits the coffee out when he sees the president's post. John Thune, he writes, should not allow the United States Senate to leave town until it passes the Save America Act, or far better still, terminates the filibuster, all caps, where Republicans can then quickly pass everything they ever dreamed of, he says, including a full and deep-throated Save America Act, the budget, and the ever-looming debt-ceiling disaster. 1929, exclamation point. What got him on that? Then he writes, the Democrats will do it on day one and can't believe how lucky they got with this Senate leadership. Remember, stupidity always brings losing and death. President DJT. That last line, I don't know who he was talking to before he wrote this, Zach. Is John Thune in for losing and death?
Well, the filibuster has been something that Republicans have been defending for quite some time, as you can imagine. You think about going back to 2020, 2021, where there was this effort by Senate Democrats to change that 60-vote threshold so they could move some of their own election-related legislation through. And you had people like Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema that could put the kibosh on that idea. And so does a future Democratic Senate come in with a stronger anti-filibuster majority and say, we're tired of letting Republicans block all of our legislative initiatives and change the rules in a way that would be difficult, if not impossible, to undo in the future? There are certain exceptions already, like the budget resolution, through the budget reconciliation process. They got the tax law through, the ICE funding through, but wholly abolishing the filibuster would be another thing entirely. And for Republicans, it's a quirk of Senate tradition that probably works in your favor. It's already been degraded so they can get judges through on a majority basis. They can get tax legislation through on a majority basis. The folks that want to keep the filibuster around recognize that the upside for them is probably not as dramatic as what the president would say, because should they do so, you can imagine what Democrats would do with the ability to bypass Republicans. Mitch McConnell always likes to say, think about statehood for Puerto Rico, for instance, as a potential, warning against eliminating really one of the last vestiges of forced bipartisanship on Capitol Hill by changing this rule.
You've mentioned the name Mitch McConnell a couple times. I don't know if you're just trying to tease me into asking you, what the heck's going on here? When are we going to see him?
We just got the most recent update. If it hasn't hit the terminal yet, it should shortly. But the leader's been out for a couple of weeks or months now with an undisclosed illness, and the Office of the Attending Physician, basically Capitol Hill's doctor, has said he's not fit to return to work at this juncture. And that's really posed a problem for some of these funding bills. I had mentioned earlier the Senate kind of has ground to a halt on moving some of the annual funding bills. There are 12 in total. Both the House and the Senate have to agree to fully fund agencies going into each fiscal year, and typically they need this stopgap bill to give them a couple extra months of negotiation. But McConnell's a senior member of the Appropriations Committee. They just have not had the votes to move even Republican bills through the Senate Appropriations Committee because he's been absent. And obviously, after the death of Lindsey Graham, there was also a brief interim where they had even less support on that panel until his sister, Senator Darlene Graham, was appointed to that seat. And so that's a math problem for Leader Thune as well. Maybe not on things like the budget resolution that McConnell is probably opposed to. He has said that he does not want to try to increase Pentagon funding via the budget reconciliation process because it essentially takes appropriators out of the mix. It creates one-time increases when they'd rather bake in, steady, permanent increases to the Pentagon's budget.
Right. Yeah. Hey, Zach, it's great to see you. Thanks for bringing us up to date. Zach Cohen, Bloomberg Government. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll assemble our panel next.
Speed, analysis, context. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Seattle police and state authorities investigating Sunday's deadly shooting at a food festival in the heart of the city's downtown. 3 people were killed, 4 others injured, including a toddler. Police say it appears 2 suspects were involved in a dispute and a shootout. 1 is in custody, and the search for the other suspect continues. ABC's Alex Stone is on scene and has witness sound.
A bullet landed into the tree that was right next to us.
Ava Hendricks was at the festival with her family when the gunfire erupted.
It was very scary. And like after the whole thing was over, and we're just waiting for the police to come, and we're just looking at each other like, how are we still alive? How did we make it through that?
1 suspect has been taken into custody. Police say another suspect is still on the loose.
A fragile pause in hostilities between the U.S. and Iran, the White House says, to give diplomacy a chance to take root. It follows 2 weeks of airstrikes between both sides. On Wall Street, stocks are mixed this hour. This is ABC News.
Say goodbye to old school AM radio.
Listen to Bloomberg 92.9 for speed, analysis, and global context on the biggest stories. Your best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
Trade your portfolio with the power of prediction market probabilities. With Interactive Brokers, trade prediction markets on election, climate, and economic outcomes, right alongside stocks, options, and bonds. Prediction market prices reflect probability, and correct predictions receive $1 per contract. Plus, earn interest on your position. Prediction contracts are not suitable for all investors. Visit ibkr.com/predictions.
Don't wait for headlines. Watch the news unfold in real time at Bloomberg's New Economy Forum, live from New Delhi, October 13th through the 15th, as global leaders come together to tackle the biggest issues shaping our future, from geopolitics and global trade to technology and the world's new balance of power. You'll have a front row seat to the conversations that matter most. Watch live at BloombergNewEconomy.com. That's BloombergNewEconomy.com.
Hello, I'm Michelle Hussein, and each week on my show, I have one thoughtful conversation that brings the world into sharper focus.
I always trust in the president. He's playing 3-dimensional chess.
Every time you say something tough to Mark Zuckerberg, he looks like you killed him. I just never want to talk about Vladimir Putin again.
Every week, one conversation that helps you make sense of the moment. The Michelle Hussein Show from Bloomberg Weekend, wherever you get your podcasts.
On a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast, Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway speak with Mark Gurman, managing editor for consumer tech at Bloomberg, on why Apple is headed into a pivotal moment.
If you buy the most expensive iPhone that you can buy right now, is it unambiguously the best smartphone in the world? And what is the gap between that and the next biggest, best?
In the Western world, the iPhone is unambiguously the best smartphone when you factor it in totality. But they're not the most creative phone. They don't have the best form factors. They don't have the best screen technology. I would probably give that to Samsung by a small margin. Don't forget Samsung designs and develops, all those components, right? Yeah. From a camera perspective in the Western world, you're talking about Google. Google identified a decade ago that the magic to making a better camera isn't necessarily the sensors and the hardware, it's the AI. At Apple, as we've undoubtedly know, has not been exactly a leader in the AI space.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about the combination of design, hardware, accessibility, right, like a product that people understand how to use, ecosystem, customer service, the whole 9 yards, Apple is certainly in the lead. You go to China, it's a whole different world. I don't think people understand that China is just literally a different planet when it comes to technology. They have foldables. They have trifolds. They have this. They have that. They have glasses. They have bigger tablets. They have these tabletop robotic devices on people's desks. The cameras on the phones in China, you're talking about Vivo, you're talking about Xiaomi, Huawei, they will destroy Apple head to head. It's a big difference.
That's what's on a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
It's 1240 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the S&P 500 index back in the green, barely up by 1 point right now. Little change. That is the key takeaway at this hour. Dow Industrials up 203 points. The Dow higher by 0.4%. NASDAQ down 33 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop there of 0.1%. The NASDAQ 100 Index is down 0.4%. All of this with the SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, down now by 3.1%. We've also got West Texas Intermediate Crude tumbling now by just about 7.4%. 82.70 for a barrel of WTI, barrel of Brent, 88.93, a drop there of 8.1%. Federal Reserve policymakers will begin a two-day meeting tomorrow with a rate decision on Wednesday. Lindsay Piegza, chief economist at Stifel Nicolaus, and this morning on surveillance, she told us she sees policymakers remaining on hold for longer.
If there's a lack of communication and the Fed simply comes out, makes that aggressive move higher without any guidance, any forward guidance for what we can expect going forward, I think the market would anticipate that the Fed has shifted their line of thinking to the prospect that inflation is rising, it's not under control. And if that's the case, it would be unlikely that one rate hike would quell that concern.
Lindsay Piegza of Stifel Nicolaus interviewed on surveillance. And by the way, we'll have the Fed decision for you 2 p.m. Wall Street time Wednesday. Kevin Warsh's news conference 2:30 p.m. Wall Street time right here on Bloomberg. NVIDIA has committed to invest $5 billion in Ilya Sutskever's artificial intelligence startup, Safe Superintelligence Inc. Meanwhile, Cracker Barrel Old Country Store has named David Dino as the company's new CEO, replacing Julie Massino, who recently fought to help the brand recover from the mess a couple of years ago, the political backlash over its 2025 rebranding. Recapping, S&P 500 index just turning negative, down now by 2 points. I'm Charlie Pellet. That Joe Matthew is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you, sir. He'll be back at the top of the hour with more on the markets. The great Charlie Pellet, 1 p.m. Eastern, as we welcome our global television audience to the conversation. Did they clear that with Trump at the Cracker Barrel? Remember the whole controversy over the old-timer mascot led to a boycott? They had to redo the whole thing, and it's been a while since we've heard that one. It was an interesting weekend for Hakeem Jeffries. He got out of Washington. He took off the suit. He went to Pennsylvania, stumped for some candidates, actually alongside Governor Josh Shapiro. And the issue they seized on as they got back out in the wild here, because, the House is on recess now. It's time to get out, raise money, stump, get the message out for the midterms. Did you hear me say 99 today? 99 days left. 99 bottles of beer on the wall. And they're all talking about the same issue, affordability. The one that the president has at times called a Democrat hoax is exactly what he's going to be talking about today in Michigan. You heard me talking about the track over there. He's going to be at this GM proving ground, a testing facility where he's going to witness a drag race, hang out with Mary Barra, deliver remarks to workers, and it's going to be seizing upon the issue of affordability. That's exactly what Leader Jeffries was up to yesterday. And you can't hide from it. I mean, with 99 days to go, it's all anybody's talking about. What did I have for a gallon of gas? This is just today from AAA, $4.11. And if you are going to Michigan, it's $4.21, by the way. I was watching TV with Mrs. Matthew last evening, and they play the McDonald's commercials at night. So you want the breakfast in the morning. You see how they do that? They're like pouring maple syrup on everything. The eggs are flopping. It's like dinner time. They embed this in your mind so you wake up in the morning. And I noticed there's no more McDonald's dollar menu. It was the under $3 meal, the under $3 menu. That's, I guess, a sign of the times. Maybe President Trump will stop at McDonald's. He likes to do that. So I spoke with Hakeem Jeffries a short time ago. This is a long wind-up to let you know that we're going to have him with us here in about 15 minutes, and you'll hear our conversation. He's checking in from home, having just gotten back from Pennsylvania. We talked about the disparity in money, Never mind messaging, with many Democratic socialists winning around the country. We did talk about that, as well as Ken Martin's leadership at the DNC. And yes, once again, the money and the disparity between what we're seeing on the party level and the committee level, the DCCC. They're kicking out news releases, printing money on a regular basis because individual candidates are doing pretty well. Aaron Covey from Cook explained this pretty well for us the other day. It's the party that seems to be struggling, but if you ask Hakeem Jeffries, they are working successfully behind the scenes. Here's what he said.
What we have seen, Ken Martin's leadership, is Democrats winning races all across the country for the last 18 plus months. And the DNC has quietly been involved in a lot of those races where we have seen success. And so let's all, keep the main thing the main thing. I know that's what Ken Martin is doing, and he's focused on helping Democrats win elections all across America. And then all of us will figure out the path forward. But I think Ken Martin's term is 4 years, and there's no reason to believe at this point that he's going anywhere.
Okay. Why? Did you hear something? Our full conversation with Hakeem Jeffries will roll out after the top of the hour, right after Charlie checks the markets for us. Yeah, the under $3 menu just doesn't roll off the tongue like the dollar menu. And that's where we start with our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shead Zaino is with us, by God, fresh off the weekend, our Democratic analyst, and of course, democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Good to see you, Jeannie. Greta joins us here as well, Republican strategist and policy director at Brownstein Hyatt. We've got a great panel today, and I'd love to hear from both of you on this very issue, because you're both looking at each other from across the aisle, really talking about the same issue, and that's affordability. Jeannie, when you consider the president doing this again today, how does he move the dial on this? And if you're Hakeem Jeffries, how do you try to own that issue when Republicans constantly point us back to the Biden administration?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot depends as Donald Trump goes out to Michigan. I guess he's already in the air, if I'm not mistaken, Joe. And you're going to a place where unemployment is 5%. That's among the highest in the country. Gas is $4.22 a gallon. The auto industry has lost 3,000 jobs since he took office. And he dissed their neighbor to the north, and the bridge is opening today. And you go and you look in Michigan, a lot of people are talking about his favorite word, tariffs, with frustration. And of course, you've got this YouGov poll out, which was utterly astonishing. 6 out of 10 Americans saying that the economy is going to get worse under Donald Trump. So he's going out there. The big trick for him is going to be something he doesn't like to do, which is stay on message. He likes to say affordability is a hoax. He's got a little bit of the sort of Joe Biden problem. You can't convince people of something they already feel. The economy is not good for people, so you can't tell them affordability is a hoax and things are great. You've got to go there and you've got to say, this is what we're going to do to make things better. Donald Trump doesn't want to do that. So I think we're going to hear a lot about communists when he goes out there. But I'm not sure that's what many people in Michigan are concerned about.
Well, he's going to be talking to auto workers. You're right, Jeannie, many of whom voted Trump. And Greta, Jeannie's right, too. The tariff story has been tough for General Motors. Mary Barra was just talking about it the other day, although I'll tell you what, the company's looking pretty good and the stock is doing well. The president could remind us of that. But if affordability is the issue, you're not really talking about the top of the K, right, Greta? What should be the president's posture today when it comes to this issue? He's suggested that they've won the war over affordability. I think he said we won on affordability, but this is persisting. We've got $4.21 today in Michigan.
Yeah, I think the president has a lot of success that he can speak about. I certainly think, the conversation around democratic socialists or communists is probably a pretty important one to have in Michigan right now, considering who is on the ballot and who has been leading in some of the polls up until the last Democratic candidate dropped out. So I do think there is a big contrast that he can make between Democratic policies and certainly what is important to voters, and where the fringe part of the left is, really causing a lot of problems for the Hakeem Jeffries and Leader Schumer of the Democratic Party, who are trying to embrace that while also trying to talk about affordability in a way that allows for government takeover of a lot of services that have enjoyed capitalist success in this country.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Jeannie, Greta's pointing to the Democratic primary in the Senate race in Michigan. And by the way, they're having a debate in like a couple of hours from now. I think this is the last one between Haley Stevens, your establishment candidate, representative who's been endorsed by establishment types here in Washington, like Chuck Schumer. And then you've got Abdul Al-Sayed, who does have a groundswell of support. And the outcome of this primary is going to be awfully important to midterm fortunes, I think we can argue, for Democrats, Jeannie. I did ask Hakeem Jeffries, and we'll have his answer coming up in about 10 minutes, but they're very careful about how they talk about this. You don't even hear so much about a big tent party. The point is to not answer the question in many cases. And I'm wondering, Jeannie, if you think they're part of the solution.
Yeah, really political answers. I get it, Joe. The latest poll I've seen, you have Haley Stevens up 7 points. That could change. Al-Sayed is a really, really good campaigner. But we did see on Friday, unexpectedly, Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of the state, endorse Haley Stevens. She was out on the trail with her, and Jim Clyburn over the weekend. This is a fight for Black voters in Michigan, and that's where Al-Sayed is also trying to appeal. So a lot of it is going to depend, and it does matter to Democratic prospects in the Senate. That's not to say Al-Sayed couldn't win if he gets the primary. If there's any year in which he could win, it would be this year. But it is a fight, and she does seem to have the upper hand at this point. But I don't understand avoiding the question. I think the enthusiasm you're seeing on the Democratic side is impressive and it's important. And I think we should want more of that. A lot of the Democratic socialists, of which Al-Sayed doesn't ascribe himself, they have really, really popular ideas about what they want to do if they get into office that the Democratic Party writ large can learn an awful lot from, whether it's Medicare for all, or many other things. And they also have the enthusiasm. So I think Democrats have to keep in mind, obviously they want to win the Senate, but they also have to keep in mind that is a reason that this revolution, as Bernie Sanders calls it, has gotten so much excitement and energy. It's because people feel like they are not just talking against Donald Trump and against the Republican Party, but about what they want to do going forward. And that's incredibly attractive. And it's something the more moderate establishment Democrats can learn from.
Well, it brings us to the contest in Maine, of course, and I hope we have time to hear from both of you on this, Greta. Troy Jackson is the new Graham Plattner. At least that's what you want me to say, right? I saw some of the ads that are out today from those supporting Susan Collins, and every image has Troy Jackson in the frame with Graham Plattner. They're both saying nice things about each other, and the politics kind of don't even matter here. Is the job to make Troy Jackson a carbon copy of Graham Plattner?
I mean, I think Troy Jackson's own history with Graham Plattner would indicate that that is exactly what he is trying to do. He believes that Graham Plattner, despite being a anti-Semitic rapist, was a great candidate and ultimately wants to emulate his campaign strategy. So I do think that Troy, should he stay on the ballot? And there are some Republicans questioning whether, based on sore loser laws in Maine, he is even eligible to be on the ballot, will try to basically duplicate what Graham Plattner had begun. And I think that trying to embrace this Democratic Socialist side is certainly going to be part of that plan.
All right, man, I just went near a hot stove with that one. I know he's accused of sexual assault, but I mean, it's kind of, I don't know if it's responsible to call him an anti-Semitic rapist on the air. Jeannie, I've got about a minute here. How does Troy Jackson find his own identity?
He is known. He's from the upper part of the state. He has served in office there at the state level. But I think he's got to do what he started doing this weekend, which is to ask the people of Maine, do you want another 6 years of Susan Collins? She's been there 30 years. She keeps expressing concern and yet voting for Donald Trump. And I think in this time period, that could be a winning message for him. But it's going to be tough. Collins is a tough candidate.
Yeah, no doubt. 99 days to go, guys. Are we ready yet? It just gets chippier from here. Hey, Greta, thank you. Jeannie, thank you. They will both be back in our second hour on the fastest show in politics. This is Balance of Power, live from Washington, only on Bloomberg. And make sure to subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast. Go to Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast to subscribe. Watch us live on YouTube and listen anytime at our website. It's Bloomberg.com.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure is going to lead to sunshine continuing this afternoon. It's 80 to 85. We're clear to partly cloudy, 60 to 65 tonight in Boston. Morning sun, afternoon cloud, showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, 80 to 85. Scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow night, lows 60 to 65. Showers, thunderstorms, and breezy Wednesday, a high of 75. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Get rid of boring AM radio.
Your home for local stories and traffic all day.
Replace your old preset with Bloomberg 92.9.
The stories that matter.
The details you trust.
Say goodbye to useless traffic reports.
Route 1 looking good in Newbury. Mass Pike is in decent shape.
Instead, get speed, analysis, and global context on the biggest stories.
You can't get details like this anywhere else.
Your new preset on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Stay connected with Bloomberg wherever you are with Bloomberg Podcasts. On Leaders with Francine Lacqua, the CEO behind Honeywell's reinvention for the AI era. On The Big Take Asia, chasing the ancient statues of Cambodia. And on Odd Lots, the creator of Claude Code on the hottest piece of software in the world. Listen to Bloomberg Podcasts on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
Hi, I'm David Gura, inviting you to join us for Bloomberg This Weekend. Catch the show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. Make Bloomberg #1 on your weekend to-do list. Watch and listen on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. W291 CC Haverhill. W221 EE Topsfield. Programming paid for by Bloomberg.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
99 days to the midterms, and both parties reach for affordability. Welcome to the Monday edition as President Trump tries to seize on that issue once again in a visit to the swing state of Michigan today, just after Democratic House Leader Hakeem Jeffries tried the same in Pennsylvania. Coming up, we will bring you an exclusive conversation with Leader Jeffries, only here on Bloomberg TV and radio, as we talk about the midterm cycle and the priorities for the Democratic Party, with analysis from our political panel. Jeannie Shanzano and Greta Joins are with us for the hour, and we'll get an update on the war with Iran, what President Trump is calling deep talks now underway, with White House correspondent Jeff Mason and insights from Heather Conley at the American Enterprise Institute. It's all after a look at Wall Street. We start there right now with the markets and Charlie Pellet, who's live at World Headquarters in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Joe Matthew. So often we see oil tumble and stocks rally. That's not happening today. Right now we have got the S&P 500 index down 18, a drop there of 0.2%. Massive sell-off in crude. Right now we have got West Texas Intermediate tumbling 7.2%. We're at 82.87 a barrel on WTI. Barrel of Brent below 90 at 89.21. Brent crude is down 7.8%. The culprit today, chip makers. We're seeing a sell-off in the VIX. The stocks today down by 4%. The VIX, by the way, holding below 20. But bottom line here, S&P is down 18, drop there of 0.2%. NASDAQ down 124, down 0.5, and the NASDAQ 100 index, full of those big tech names, down 0.8%. The 2-year at 4.31%, with the 10-year currently yielding 4.64%, and the 30-year currently at 5.12%. Gold is up $27 the ounce. Spot gold at $4,080 the ounce. Gold up 0.7, while West Texas Intermediate crude bears repeating 82.81 a barrel. Right now it is down by just about 7.3%. Big tech tumbling today ahead of earnings later in the week. Right now we have shares of among those tech names, Amazon down by 0.1%. It reports later in the week. Apple shares gaining now by 1.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. And that, Joe Matthew, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Okay, Charlie, thank you so much. She'll be back with more on the markets in just about 20 minutes' time as we keep tabs on the Monday trade, not looking quite as strong as it was this morning, despite the downturn in oil prices. This pause in strikes against Iran, pulling oil sharply lower today. As Charlie mentions, we're looking at losses of more than 7% WTI, almost 8% for Brent, back below $90 a barrel. Gas prices are a different matter as they continue to rise, and that's not a big shock the way these things work, with $4.11 averaging nationally today, according to AAA. In the state of Michigan, it's $4.21, and I mention that because that's where the president is going today to talk about affordability. He's going to be at a GM facility in Michigan, not in Detroit this time, but speaking to GM workers who are acutely aware of the president's tariff regime and, of course, the gas prices that they and GM's customers are all paying. Affordability was also the issue for Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House, as he marked 100 days to the midterms yesterday in the Lehigh Valley in Pennsylvania, joined by Governor Josh Shapiro and others, beating the drum on once again the issue of affordability. And with now 99 days to go to the election, I spent some time, a short time ago today, talking with Congressman Jeffries about the affordability issue, about Democratic strategies, about the money trail in this election cycle, and started by asking him about this very message and the one that the president will be speaking to, prices, and what Democrats have tried to do to bring them lower. Listen.
Well, life has gotten far too expensive under Donald Trump and the Republican-controlled Congress. Donald Trump promised to lower the high cost of living on day one, but what we've seen is that costs haven't gone down, of course, in America. Costs have gone up. Democrats have been focused on doing a variety of different things to push back aggressively against the policies that Republicans have jammed down our throats, which is making life more expensive. For instance, we're pushing back against the Trump tariffs, which have increased costs on everyday Americans by thousands of dollars per year in terms of increased groceries and goods and other household items. At the same period of time, Democrats are focused on ending Donald Trump's reckless war of choice in Iran, which has skyrocketed gas prices all across the country, while actually putting Iran in a stronger position than they were in prior to the war starting.
I want to get specific. If you, in fact, win the House, if you're the majority party in the House, what you might be able to do to address prices. And you talked about some ideas yesterday, including repealing what the president calls his one big, beautiful bill. Is that the answer here? Is there more that Democrats have in mind?
Well, we want to make sure that health care is affordable to every single American. And there are several steps that we need to take, including repealing the Affordable Care Act tax, making sure that the Affordable Care Act tax credits actually are extended, and repealing, I should say, the Medicaid cuts in the one big ugly bill, which have created a situation where the health care of more than 14 million Americans is at risk.
How do you do that? Do you need to see the Senate turn Democratic as well to actually repeal what's been already put in place?
Well, here's the thing. We saw a couple of weeks ago the Congress be able to move a bipartisan bill forward on housing affordability that is designed to alleviate some of the cost pressures that exist from the housing market. And we got that bill into law over the objection of Donald Trump. So what is clear is that even in a context where Republicans have complete control of government, we've been able to move some things forward. Certainly, if we have the House and the House plus the Senate, we'll be in a stronger position to drive the affordability agenda forward.
You mentioned the president's war with Iran. We've already seen the House and the Senate pass war powers legislation. Leader Jeffries, presuming you take the gavel, knowing that the president has blown right through these war powers acts, is there anything else that you can do to put collars on this effort?
Well, we're going to continue to aggressively push the effort to push back against this reckless war of choice. It's deeply unpopular with the American people, and we have to sustain the intensity. Donald Trump has unfortunately got us involved in this situation without any plan, any objective, any clear exit strategy, and now the American people are clearly paying the price. One of the things we have to take a look at is the amount of taxpayer dollars that are being spent to fund Donald Trump's reckless war machine and effort in the Middle East. It's clear to us that the American people would much rather their taxpayer dollars being spent to make their life more affordable. That's why we're committed to lowering the cost of groceries, lowering the cost of gas, lowering the cost of housing, and making sure that healthcare is affordable for every single American.
How do you lower the cost of gas without ending the war, though? We're at $4.11. Mr. Leader, it's been suggested even by the president we eliminate the federal gas tax. Is that something that you would support?
The most significant thing that can be done right now to lower the price of gas for everyday Americans who are suffocating at the pump is to end Donald Trump's reckless war of choice in the Middle East. And we're going to continue to relentlessly make the case that that needs to happen.
Where are you on the gas tax, then? Is that something that should be removed, at least temporarily?
Well, the gas tax, of course, is something that's in place to help fund our desperately needed infrastructure on highways and beyond. Yeah. And so I think, it's something that the Republicans put it on the table. We'll have to evaluate it. But clearly the most significant thing that could be done at this moment, as opposed to a temporary measure, is to end the war in Iran.
We start talking about affordability, Mr. Leader, it creeps into all kinds of other stories, including now data centers, which have become a massive political issue. And we've been struck by how often it comes up when we talk to voters around the country. And of course, the state of New York, where you're right now sitting, has become an important guidepost here, at least for some who believe that there should be restrictions on data centers. As you well know, the governor has put a one-year moratorium on new data centers in the state. There are a lot of different ways to get to this. We spoke with Byron Donalds the other day, the Republican from Florida, who has a bill that wouldn't put on a moratorium, but would take data centers off the grid and would compel them to have their own water supply. How do you get to this in a way that makes voters happy?
Well, House Democrats have launched a commission on artificial intelligence and the innovation economy to thoughtfully engage with community-based organizations and groups, advocacy organizations, as well as industry stakeholders to try to evaluate the best possible path forward. But what is clear is that we have to put at the center of any effort making sure we're not doing anything to exacerbate the affordability crisis that everyday Americans are experiencing in every area of life. And that, of course, includes figuring out how to drive down utility costs and the cost of water, for instance, bills, as opposed to, increasing the strain on the system in ways that would actually drive up costs. And so I think this has been a state-by-state effort up until this point, with states landing in a variety of different places in terms of approach. I do think in the new Congress, we're going to have to come together and think about how we can address many of these issues nationally.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'd love to ask you about some of the strokes behind this midterm cycle, which is what we're talking about with 99 days to go. And I can't walk into a room in Washington without hearing about the Save America Act. That's, of course, because of the amount of attention the president has paid to it. Leader Jeffries, were Republicans successful in salvaging this? Will it cost Democrats votes if it becomes law? Where are you on this? Have you talked to John Thune about it?
I haven't talked to John Thune, but he's made clear repeatedly that the so-called Save America Act, which is really all about voter suppression, is actually dead on arrival in the Senate, and there's nothing that Donald Trump can do about it. What's extraordinary to me is that he continues to actually waste time trying to rig the midterm election in a variety of different ways, as opposed to actually solving problems for everyday Americans, including the problems that he promised to address, like lowering the high cost of living on day one. And instead, of course, has done the opposite. He's made clear he thinks the affordability crisis is a hoax. Donald Trump has said very publicly he doesn't think about the personal financial situation of the American people. It's all very extraordinary. He's even said he loves the inflation. Now, our focus is going to be quite different because it's clear people are paying too much at the gas pump. People are paying too much for food. People can't afford their rent or their mortgage. And that shouldn't be the case in America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world. We want to work together.
Do you expect troops at polling places? Leader Jeffries, I'm sorry to interrupt, but are we going to see ICE agents at polling places if Save America does not go into effect?
Certainly think the American people would outright reject that. And we are going to put together the largest voter protection effort in the history of the country. We know we won't see troops at polling places because the Supreme Court, in a 6-3 decision in December, has ripped away Donald Trump's efforts to try to actually federalize the National Guard. He does not have the power to do that. In terms of ICE agents, we're continuing to push for a ban on ICE agents showing up at sensitive locations. That includes polling sites, but it also includes schools, it includes hospitals, and it certainly includes houses of worship. The American people want to see immigration enforcement in this country that's fair, just, and humane.
I'm wondering where you're looking here as we consider the money in this midterm election cycle. There's been some tough reporting about the DNC, and you probably saw the write-up in the New York Times with a frustrated Chair Ken Martin throwing his phone in one scene. It was described as dysfunction and despair. Leader Jeffries, when you talk to the DCCC, though, they've got a lot of candidates who are outraising their Republican rivals. But the fact is, on the party level, there's a great disparity. And I'm wondering if you care, if history is at your back to a point where the money will not make a difference.
Well, we certainly need to continue to raise the resources necessary to both reelect all of our incredible frontline incumbents who are in the battleground districts across the nation, while making sure that our candidates who are trying to flip red seats blue have the ability to communicate their message. We're all fighting for an affordable America. That's what unites us. That is a very powerful narrative that we'll have available to us. as we communicate with voters over the next 100 or so days. Now, as you pointed out, from a DCCC standpoint, we just recently reported outraising Republicans, our House counterparts. We've been competitive with them all cycle. And of course, some of the outside groups that work in support of House Democratic candidates have posted record-breaking numbers.
Mm-hmm. If you take the House, does Ken Martin keep his job?
Well, listen, I'm focused right now, I think we all are, including Ken Martin, on November 3rd. And under the DNC partnership, what we have seen, Ken Martin's leadership, is Democrats winning races all across the country for the last 18 plus months. And the DNC has quietly been involved in a lot of those races where we have seen success. And so let's all, keep the main thing the main thing. I know that's what Ken Martin is doing, and he's focused on helping Democrats win elections all across America. And then all of us will figure out the path forward. But I think Ken Martin's term is 4 years, and there's no reason to believe at this point that he's going anywhere.
Okay, I appreciate your answering that. And I guess I'd wrap by asking you about some of those candidates who won in those races you point to were Democratic socialists. And there's been a big question about Big Tent. Leader Jeffries, you don't need me to tell you that. And I'm wondering if you see that as being part of the recipe to take the House in the midterm elections, or if a more moderate approach is the long-term success story for Democrats.
Our success is going to hinge on convincing the American people that as Democrats, we're fighting for an affordable America. We recognize the cost of living is way too high. Far too many people are working hard. They're playing by the rules, but they can't thrive. They can barely survive. People are drowning in this failed Trump economy, and we're committed to making a difference in all of the areas that matter. That's lowering grocery costs, lowering gas prices, lowering housing costs, and of course, making sure healthcare is affordable to every single American. Let me make sure as well to point out, look, I believe that the Democratic Party is at its strongest and America is at its strongest when we are a country focused on having a strong floor and no ceiling. Because in this country, you work very hard, right? You play by the rules. There should be no ceiling to the success that you can achieve for yourself, for your family, for your community. At the same period of time, America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, should always have a strong floor. And we know what that looks like. That's Social Security, that's Medicare, that's Medicaid, that's the Affordable Care Act, that's veterans benefits, that's nutritional assistance. By the way, every single one of these things brought to you by your friendly neighborhood Democratic Party, designed to ensure that there's a strong floor for working class Americans, for middle class Americans, and for everyday Americans. And I think that at its core is what the Democratic Party has been about, is about, and will continue to be about into the future.
And the DSA helps to reinforce that floor?
Well, I mean, the DSA can speak for themselves. I'm not a part of the DSA. I'm not a member of the DSA. Okay. The DSA can speak to their particular platform. We've got 215 plus Democrats in the House of Representatives. And what I can tell you is that what unites all of us and our candidates out throughout the country who are working hard is that we're committed to actually making life more affordable for the American people.
Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the U.S. House of Representatives, speaking with us exclusively today on Bloomberg TV and radio with 99 days to go until the midterm elections, as we assemble our political panel for their take on everything we just heard. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Sheehan Zaino is with us, our Democratic analyst and democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center, alongside Republican strategist Greta Joins, policy director at Brownstein Hyatt. Great to have you both with us here, and I'd love to get your insights on the money to start here. Jeannie, we talked about the disparity between the committee level and the party level, where the DCCC can't seem to send out enough news releases to crow about individual candidates and campaigns raising money, as opposed to the DNC with reporting over the weekend that I'm sure you saw in the New York Times, Ken Martin throwing his phone in anger. Morale is heading lower. How do we rationalize these two?
Yeah, and I'm glad you talked about the disparity as it pertains to the difference between the party and the committees. A lot of this goes back to the decision by the Supreme Court in Citizens United. And so every time we hear about the Democratic Party not fundraising to the level it should be, having financial issues, all of which are true, that story in the New York Times was right on point and utterly, just frustrating. But the reality is those comparisons we're hearing are not to the Republican Party, but we're hearing to Donald Trump's own committee, which has about $401 million, an astonishing number. Mm-hmm. But when you compare, as we heard Hakeem Jeffries do, the DCCC to the Republican counterpart, they have outraised them. I agree. These issues in the Democratic Party become much more important in the presidential term. In the midterm, they're not a great look, but they're not critically important because of so many structural changes in the way we run elections in this country, particularly as it pertains to money. So right now, I think Hakeem Jeffries is right to say the focus has to be on winning these, and then the DNC has to work its stuff out. It's not a good situation there, but it won't change what happens in the midterm.
From a campaign strategy standpoint, Greta, I'm wondering if you would choose between the fundamentals or the technicals. The RNC is swimming in cash. Do you go with the money, or do you wish you had the historical advantage in this midterm cycle that Democrats enjoy?
I mean, I certainly would love some of the historical nature of this and sort of where we've seen trend lines over the years. I do think fundraising is part of it, but given that so many campaigns are moving off of the traditionally more expensive broadcast news as their means by which to connect to voters and really focusing on more targeted online ads and streaming ads, money is not the be-all, end-all that it was. So I do think that, this is all about using money effectively and appropriately. I mean, Kamala Harris spent God knows how much money, and it really came up short. So Republicans can't assume that this is a lock because of fundraising numbers.
And I think we can all argue that President Trump has done a pretty good job not spending his money as the master of free or earned media. Jeannie, what do you think of the to-do list here, some of which we talked about with Hakeem Jeffries? If Democrats actually take the House, never mind possibly the Senate, repealing the president's big, beautiful bill, as it's called, would be a tall order. Do you think that's within the realm?
I think it's within the realm. I think it would be very, very difficult. One thing we know about United States legislation is once it passes, it's very, very tough to pull back on. I mean, Republicans learned that when it came to Obama.